Hello everyone, welcome to our first lecture in BOS 101. My name is Mashahad Thawabi, and before I start off, I wanted to show you how to access your book through LMS. First, you have to go to the course website, which is BOS 100 as you see here, and then scroll down until you reach here McGraw Hill campus. Click on it, and then there's another page where you have to enter username and password. After that, you'll see like this, a practical business math procedure, which is our book, BOS 101, and then press connect. After that, you'll see, after you're done with installation and all this stuff, you will see this page. Go to the left in the middle here. There is a read, click on it, and then you will see our book here. So this is our book, and here's the content as you see. And today we're gonna start from chapter 2, which is a fraction, and you will see like this. Here's how to read it and access your book, and from here, and hopefully it's clear to access your book. So let's start. Okay, so let's start. I'm gonna first share my screen. Okay. Today we'll talk about chapter 2, which is a fraction. We're gonna cover these topics. Type of fractions and conversion procedure, addition and subtraction fraction, multiplying and divided fractions, and other topics. First, let's talk about fractions. What is the fractions? What are the fractions? When we use it? So fractions indicate the part of a whole number. With a fraction, you can divide it any objects or unit a whole into definite number of equal parts. Okay. So here I have this pizza, as you see. So it's cut into 8 pieces. And if I want to ask about 1 pieces like this, if I ask you what's the fraction represents this 1 piece? So as I say, fractions indicate the parts of a whole number. So I have here 1 part, so I'm writing it like this, 1 part over the total parts, which is here 8. So the fraction that represents 1 piece is 1 over 8. What if I have 2 pieces and I ask you to represent these pieces? So you will take the part you have, which is 2, and put it over the whole parts, which is 8. So I have 2 over 8 to represent 2 pieces. Now let's back to know we call this in math and this one. So in math, we call the above number numerator and the bottom number denominator. 1 over 8 is the fraction represent 1 pieces in this our example. Now, what's the type of fractions? We have 3 types of fractions. We have proper fractions, improper fractions, and mixed number. So for the proper fractions, it's a value less than 1. Its numerator is smaller than its denominator. It's important to make sure you meet this condition. Numerator smaller than its denominator. For example, I have 1 over 4 here. 1 is less than 4, so this is a proper fraction. I have 1 over 2, also proper fraction, and 18 over 55, which is also a proper fraction. Improper fractions has a value equal to or greater than 1. Its numerator is equal or greater than its denominator. For example, 14 over 14, it's an example of a proper fraction. 7 over 6 also is an example for a proper fraction. And 15 over 4 also another example. Mixed number is the sum of a whole number greater than 0. Just make sure it's greater than 0 and a proper fractions. So mixed numbers, there is two conditions. One, it's a sum of a whole number greater than 0, and the second one is a proper fractions. For example, I have 6, 1 over 5, 6, 9 over 10, 8, 7 over 8, and also if I give another example like 7, 3 over 2, I have a whole number, correct? But here, this is not a proper fraction. This is improper fraction. So this cannot be a mixed number. Okay? Should be a proper fraction. Just make sure you meet this condition. Okay. Let's talk about the divisibility test. So divisibility test basically is to test your number if it's able to be divisible by a certain number. We use this to find great common numbers between the denominator and denominator if you wanted to simplify fraction, find the LCM, and so on. You will see a good example of this divisibility test during this lecture. So let's start off. First, we have 2. To check your number, if it's divisible by 2, you have to check only the last digit. If last digit is 2 or 4 or 6 or 8, which is even number, then your number should be divisible by 2. For example, here I have 12. My last digit is 2. 2 is divisible by 2. And then my whole number will be divided by 2. Also, I have 14. Last digit is 4. Then my whole number will be divided in 2. So since both numbers will be divisible by 2, then I could simplify 12 divided by 2, 6, and 14 divided by 2, and 7. So for 2, only look to the last digit, if it's 2 or 4 or 6 or 8. Now, check about 3. 3, you have to check the sum of the digit. If sum of the digit is divisible by 3, then your number is divisible by 3. So here for 36, okay, I'm gonna check first 3 plus 6, which is this digit. 3 plus 6 is 9. So if it's 9 and 9 is divisible by 3, then my whole number will be divisible by 3. 69 also, if I do sum 6 plus 9 is 15. 15 is divisible by 3, then and 9 and 15 are both divisible by 3, then 36 and 69 both divisible by 3. Then I'm gonna simplify. 36 divided by 3, I have 12. 69 divided 3 is 23. So remember, if I want to simplify, both my number, both the numerator and denominator has to be divided by the same number. That's why we do divisibility tests. Okay. Now let's talk about 4. 4, you have to check the last 2 digits. If the last 2 digits can be divided by 4, then my whole number will be divided also by 4. For example, if I have here 140, I'm gonna check only the last 2 digits. So here I'm gonna check the last 2 digits, which is 40, and here 60. So 40 and 60 are both divisible by 4 because 40 divided 4 is 10 and 60 divided 4 is 15. So I'm going to use 4. So 140 or 460 both divided by 4, then I have 35 and 40, which is, if you want to simplify, it's going to be 7 over 8. So remember, in 4, only check the last 2 digits. 5 is easy, so only check last digit. If it's 0 or 5, then your number will be divided on 5. For example, 50, the last digit is 5, 20, the last digit is 0, then I could divide it by 5, then I have 3 over 4. Okay, so in 5, only check the last digit. 6 has to meet two conditions. First conditions, I will check if my number is even, and then I will check if the sum of the digit is divisible by 3. Let's check that. So I have here 12. 12 is, the last digit is 2, so good. I'm gonna check the sum of the digits. So 1 plus 2 is 3. 3 is divisible by 3. There is meet the second condition. So it meets the two conditions, so I'm good to go. Check 18. 18, last digit is 8, so the first condition is met. And the second condition, the sum of the digit will be divisible by 3. 1 plus 8 is 9. 9 is divisible by 3, then I'm good to go. So I can divide it both number. I could divide it both number by 6. And then 12 divided by 6 is 2. 18 is 3. So this is my final answer. Okay. So 6, there is two conditions, number is even and sum of the digit is divisible by 3. 10 is the easiest one because you only have to check is the last digit is 0. So if the last digit is 0, then your number will be divisible by 10. 90 divided by 10 is 9 and 100 divided by 10 is 10 because the last digit for both are 0. Hopefully it's clear and understandable, and we're gonna use it through fraction a lot. Now let's talk about prime numbers. A prime numbers is a whole number greater than 1 that is only divisible by itself and 1, which means the number 1 is not a prime number. Okay, for example, here if I have 2, 2 is only divisible only by 2 or 1. There is no other numbers I can divide it to on it. The same for 3, for 5, for 6, 11. Let's check about 4. Is 4 a prime number? Let's check. I can divide it 4 in 1. I can divide it in 4, which is itself. Also, I can divide it in 2. So since I have number other than the number itself and 1, this number it's not a prime number. Well, the same for 6. In 6, there is, I could divide the 6 in 1 and 6, 2, 3. Since I have another numbers rather than the number itself and 1, this is not a prime number. For 3, there is no other number. 3 will, like I could divide the 3 on except 1 or 3. Okay, so if there is no other numbers, this number is only divisible by itself and 1, then the number is a prime number. Okay. Conversion procedure. Let's talk about converting improper fraction to a whole or mixed number. So I have two steps. First, dividing the numerator of the improper fraction by the denominator. Then I will divide the numerator by its denominator. And then if I have no remainder, then the quotient is the whole number, which is 1. If I have a remainder, then I'm gonna follow this step. Okay, so for example, I have 16 over 5. I'm gonna do the long division like this. I put 16 here over 5. Then I'm gonna do the division. I have 3 times 5, 15, and the remainder is 1. Okay, then what I'm gonna do, I will take 3 and put it as a whole number. Okay, and take the remainder and place it over the old denominator. Remember, in conversion the improper fraction to a whole or mixed number, place it over the old denominator. So here, for example, 5 is the same. You don't have to change the denominator. Okay, and then take the remainder, place it over the old denominator, and so on. So let's explain another example. Okay. Let's say if I have, for example, 13 over 3. Okay, then I'm asked you to converting to a mixed or whole number. Then you're gonna do the long division. 13 over 3, which is 4 here, and I have 12, and my new remainder is 1. Okay, then you're gonna do like this. First, you will put your old denominator, take the remainder, put it here, and then take this and move it here. So 13 over 3 is equal to 4, 1 over 3. Okay, just let me write clearly. Okay, it's equal to 4, 1 over 3. Okay, I moved my remainder on the same, my old denominator. Do not change. Remember, do not change. Use the same old denominator. Okay. Now let's talk about converting mixed number to improper fraction. So see, this is my mixed number, which is 6, 1 over 8. The procedure is to first multiply the denominator by the whole number, and then added that to the numerator. Remember to use the old denominator here. So first, I'm gonna write like this. It's equal to 8. And we want to change. And then I'm gonna multiply 8 by 6 plus 1. 8 multiplied by 6 plus 1. And write clearly here. So the operation is 8 multiply 6 plus 1. And then I'm gonna have 49 plus 1 is 49 and 8 over 8. Okay, let's do the other example. I have 5, 1 over 2. I'm gonna multiply 2 by the whole number and added that to the numerator. So first I'm gonna put the old denominator, and then 2 times 5 plus 1 is equal to 11 over 2. Okay, so remember, this is how to convert a mixed number to improper fraction. Simplify fraction. To simplify fractions, I have two steps. First, by inspection. So I have to find the large whole number that will divide it evenly into the numerator and denominator. And I usually by inspection, I mean to test it by the divisibility test. And then you have to divide it both numerator and denominator by this number to reduce it. Let's see how we can do it. For example, here I have 24 over 30. If I pick, for example, 6, let's check if both numbers are able to be divisible by 6. 24 here, the last digit is 4, which is the first condition. The sum of the digit is 6, which is divisible by 3. So yes, I could divide this by 6. I will do the same for 30, which is also will be divisible by 6. Then I'm gonna do the same for both here and here. You cannot do it only like in numerator without the denominator. You should do it for both. And then you will have 24 divided by 6 is 4. 30 divided by 6 is 5, which is the simplest form. There is no simplest form than this. Okay, let's do the other one. I have 5 over 15. Both are divisible on 5 because the last digit is 5. Then 5 divided by 5 is 1. 15 divided here is 1 by 5. This is wrong. So 15 divided by 5 is 1 over 3. Remember, you have to use the same number for both, for the numerator and denominator. Let's give another example. For example, I have another example. I have 2 over 6. Okay, both numbers are divisible by 2. And then I'm gonna say divided by 2, divided by 2. Then this equal to 1 over 3. Okay, so we usually do it by inspection. Let's talk about rising fractions to higher terms when denominator is knowing. So sometime you will face this, like I have two fractions, they are equal to each other, but I'm missing a part here. So my aim is to find what's the value of the missing number, the missing part here. Let's call it x. Okay, this method we usually use it, which is called Scissor methods. When you have to multiply the numerator for the first fraction by the denominator for the second fraction, and also multiply the denominator for the first fraction by the numerator for the second fraction. Let's do that. I'm going to show you how we do it. Okay, so first we call this x, and then we multiply this by 7 and multiply 4 by 28. So then 4 times 28 is exactly equal to x times 7. 4 times 28 is 112, and 7x is gonna be 7x. If I want to get rid of the 7 here, I will do opposite side by divided on 7 for both sides. Then I get rid of 7, and then my x is become 16 after I did the division. So x here is equal to 16. So the missing part here is 16. So 4 over 7 is equal to 16 over 28. How I can know if my answer is correct? Then I will do it again to just make sure my answer is correct. So I'm gonna do the Caesar method here. Then it will be 16 times 7 equal to 4 times 28. Then you will reach to both are 1200. If you reach to this, then your answer is correct. Okay, let's talk about another example. Okay, here I have 8 over 10. It's exactly equal to the second fraction, which is a missing party over 16. Let's call the missing party part X. Then I'm gonna use also again the scissor method, and then I find 8 times 16 is equal to X times 10. Then multiply. I want to get rid of the 10 here, then I will divide it on it. So then my X is equal to 48. Okay, so now 8 over 10 is equal to 48 over 16. How I could make sure my answer is correct? I will do it the same. I will do the scissor method, which is 8 times 60 equal to 48 times 10. Then I'm gonna find out both are 480. 480. Remember, if you reach different numbers here, then there is something wrong in your answer, okay? So just make sure they are the same value, okay? Now, adding and subtracting fraction. So I have two methods here to use. First, if I have like fractions. If I have like fractions, I have two steps to do. First, edit the numerator and place that over the original denominator. Do not change the denominator. You have like fractions. Like fractions mean both their denominator are equal. So if they are united, you don't have to change them. Press them. Put your answer on the old denominator. For example, here I have 1 over 7 plus 4 over 7. So then I'm gonna, since their denominator are the same, then I'm gonna just move it here 7 and do the sum for all the denominator. 1 plus 4 is 5, and that's it. Okay, I'm gonna repeat it. If you have a like fraction means their denominator are united, as you see 7 and 7, then we're gonna take the common denominator and put it here, and then make the sum for only the denominator, which is 1 plus 4 is 5. So my answer will be 5 over 7. Another example here, I have 5 over 9 plus 6 over 9. Their denominator are united because they are a like fraction. Then I'm gonna put the common denominator and make a sum for only the denominator. 5 plus 6 is 11. And if you want to conform it to a mixed number, you can do that as well by division. Okay, I'm gonna do it again just to make sure you understand that. So here 11, sorry, that's 9. Then I'm gonna multiply 9 is 9, and I have a remainder of 2. Then it's equal to 9, 1, and 2. What I did is I check the original one, move it here, take the whole number from here, and put the remainder here. This is how to convert the improper fraction to a mixed fraction, as we learned before, okay? Now let's talk about unlike fractions. So unlike fractions, which mean their denominator are different. As you see here, 3 over 7 plus 5 over 21. They are not united. I cannot do the same in the previous one to just edit the denominator. No. Here I have to make them alike fractions and then do make a sum of the denominator. So there is tips here. First, you have to find the LCD. Now let's move to the chapter 3. Chapter 3, it's all about decimals. So we're gonna cover rounding decimals, fraction and decimal conversion. We're gonna talk about editing, subtraction, multiplying, and dividing decimals. Okay, so what are decimals? Decimals are a decimal numbers with digits to the right of decimal point. So they are numbers, the decimal numbers, which is like this, for example. Okay, with digit to the right of decimal point. Okay, so this is the decimal point. Okay, this is the decimal point, and these digits to the right indicating that decimals. So this part it's our main focus in this chapter, and we call it decimals. Okay, um, decimals they also describe part of a whole that are less than one. So they are another form of representing parts of a whole. They are like fractions. So if I can say like fractions is a form like this, 1/2, then the decimal form is like this. It's decimal point and numbers here. And this particular is 5. So they are the same idea but different forms. Okay. Uh, for example, I have this, and for decimals, okay, usually there is a number here or 0. Okay, so my main focus is the digits here. Okay, in the right of the decimal point. I'm gonna start by this example. Um, Imagine you have one bag of candy from M&M's, and this bag contain many colored candy. So I'm gonna if I ask you to give me a fraction of, for example, a yellow color, okay, a yellow color, then what you are basically gonna do is count each yellow one, okay, as a part. And here I have 18, and then put 18 over the whole number of candy in the bag, which is here 55. Okay, so this one is represented the yellow candy in M&M's bag. And also for red, I'm gonna do the same. I have 10, which is the parts, over the whole, which is 55, and so on. The decimal form of this fraction is this. It's basically when you do the division, which is 18, okay, 50, and then you cannot divide this number on 55, then you're gonna add the decimal point and put a 0 here, okay? Then you're gonna multiply by 3 and do the division. We're gonna talk about this during the chapter, but I just wanna give you the basic idea, okay, how to convert from fraction to decimal. So I'm just gonna show you the form here. It's decimal point and numbers, as you see, while the fraction with a bar sign, okay? So this is the main difference. Okay. Now we're gonna talk about the whole number place value chart. So this is the whole number place value chart, as you see it. It's start from ones, which is unit, tens, hundreds, thousand, 10,000, 100,000, and so on. They put a comma just to organize. It's not represented the decimal. This is decimal point. So this number or this digit are the digits in the left of the decimal point. Okay, so this is decimal point. So these units are in the right, in the left of decimal point. Okay, so it starts with ones, tens, hundreds, and so on. Remember, just make sure comma in English is different than comma in Arabic, because comma in Arabic is represent decimal points. In English is not it. They put it only for just to organize the number. Okay, so the decimal point in English is this. Okay, just I don't want you to confuse between that. So here, if I ask you to writing a numeric and variable whole numbers as this number. So if I ask you to write this number in a whole number place value chart, we're gonna start by from right to put each number in the place value chart. So here is 2, here is 1, and here is 4, and do it for the rest. Okay, until you reach um, here the trillion, which is this one. Okay, trillion. Okay, so this is to write it numeric. What about variable? How you can verbalize this number? We can say 1,605,743,891,412. Okay, this is how you read numbers in English. Okay, now we're done with the whole number place value chart. We have also a decimal place value chart. The decimal place value chart is the number on the right of the decimal point. So this one is similar, it's the same to this one. Okay, so it's same to this one, but here on the right it's different digit. So it's called decimal place value. Usually they are become to the right from decimal point. The digit is called tenths, hundredths, thousandth, and 10,000 and 100,000. Okay. What I recommend from this is just to memorize the names, because if question asks you what's digit or what's decimal place value that will be, then it's easy. You can say is tenths or hundreds or so on. For example, if the question asks you, for example, okay, and ask you what's the order of 2, then you could say is 10th. Okay, just I want you to memorize that. Okay, decimal place value chart. Here's some example. Okay, $0.06. 6 here is in the 100th place value. See, this is the 100th place, and 6 is there. This is how you organize, and this is how you determine which place value is it. So here is in the 100th place value. Another example, 1.527. 5 here is in the 10th place value. Another example here, 2.8394. Okay, so 4 here is in the 10,000th place value. Here 0.33. 3 here is the 100th represents, which represents the yellow MMs in the previous example, but here the order is 30 is 100 is 100. Okay, which is it became here. So just you have to understand how to choose your answer, okay? Now let's talk about rounding, which is the favorite part. So rounding decimals, there is 3 steps. Okay, if you want to round the decimal to a specified place value, okay, specified place value, usually the question will ask you round to the nearest hundredth, round to the nearest tenth, round to nearest dollar, and something like that. So if the question asks you about specified place value, so you have to be focused to do it in the right way. And here's the step how you can do it. So step 1, you have to identify the place value of the digit that you want to round. For example, if I have like this, and I ask you to round this to nearest 10, for example, so you have to identify which one is 10th. So here is 10 and here is 100. So this is my identified digit. So you have to be first identify the digit that you want. Second, if the digit to the right of the identified digit in step 1 is 4 or more, okay, if this one, I'm gonna get another example. Like if I have, for example, 2, okay, so if the digit here, first I ask to round to nearest tenth, and this is my identified digit, I have to go and look to the digit right before. So here, the digit is 5, okay? Is 5 equal to 5 or greater? Yes. Then I'm gonna increase this one and drop the rest. So I'm gonna increase 2 to become 0.3. I'm gonna add 1 to 2 and drop this. This is my new answer. Okay, we're gonna practice it through example to make it more clear. So see here, if I ask you round to nearest dollar, okay? First, in terms of dollars, if question asks you about to round to the nearest dollar, that's mean the question need to be a whole number because it's the nearest dollar. If the question asks you to round to nearest cent, usually you have to look to the hundredth value, place value, okay? We're gonna see now through examples. Okay. Okay, so here, round to nearest dollar, which is mean that the question need to be a whole number. So here I have 166.39. Okay, just 1 second. Okay, so this is my specified digit because I want a whole number, and this is the first number after the decimal point. So then I'm gonna see here, this is my identified digit, then I'm gonna see here, is it 3 equal to 5 or greater? No, then I don't have to change my number. So my number will become 166, and I will drop the rest. Okay, so you don't have to look. You don't have to increase your number because the number writes the specify place value is less than 5. Okay, another example. Here, it's asking to round to the nearest cent. So if it asks you to round to nearest cent, look to the hundredth place value. Okay, I'm gonna see here the tenth, and here is the hundredth. So this is my identify or specify place value. Okay, it's 8. Then I'm gonna look to the one in the right. If it is 5 or more, then I will increase 8 and drop the rest. Okay, so I will increase 8. It will become like this. First, I have to write a whole number until I identify digits. Then I reach 8. I have to wait. So I will increase 8, which is become 9, and then I will drop the rest. So my new number will be 1196.89. Okay, now, okay, now round to nearest hundredth. It's exactly the same if we do it for cent, and we're gonna do it again. So first, look to the identify the specify place value the question asked. Here is asked about hundredth. So it is here tenth and here is hundredth. As you see, it's 6. So I'm gonna look to the right, which is the number on the right, and I found is 3. So if it's 3, I don't have to increase 6, and I just drop then this here. So first I'm gonna write 3, 8.5. Then I stop until I will stop to the specified digit, which is 6. Since I want to increase, then I will write it, and then I will drop the rest. Okay. Another example, round to nearest thousandth. Okay, this is tenth, hundred, and thousand. So this is my specify place value. Again, I'm gonna look to the right. If it is 5 or greater, then I will increase 8 and drop the rest. If it is less than 5, then I won't increase 8. Only I have to do is just drop the rest. So this is gonna be 1423.99. Okay, 8, because I didn't increase 8. Okay, hopefully it's clear. Okay, sorry. Okay, now let's talk about converting decimal fraction to a decimals. Well, decimal fractions, it looks like this. Usually its denominator is a multiple of 10, like 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, and so on. So this is the decimal fraction. Okay, there is some method to convert this decimal fraction to a decimals. Step 1, we have to count the number of 0 in the denominator. Here I have 1 0. Here I have 2 zeros, and so on. Step 2, I have to place the numerator of the decimal fraction to the right of the decimal point in the same number of places as you have 0 in the denominator. What does that mean? See, here I have 3 over 10. Okay, first step to count the zeros. So I have 1 0. Then I'm gonna put the decimal point, and I'm gonna put 3 in the digit as number as zeros that I have. Since here I have 1 0, then I'm gonna put 3 in the first digit, in the first place value. Okay, here if I have 2 0, then I'm gonna put 3 in the second place value, which is 100, and I'm gonna add it 0. Okay, here I have 3 zeros, 1, 2, 3. Then I'm gonna put 3 in the third place value. So it's gonna be 0, 0, 3. Okay, so the number of digits here, it's equivalent to the number of zeros. Okay, so if you put it like this, 0, 0, 0, 0, 3, this is wrong. You cannot just put the zeros. It's not about that. Zeros indicate the number of places to the right of decimal point. Okay, so zeros here indicates the number of decimal places to the right of decimal points. Last example, I have here 4 zeros. Then I'm gonna, after the decimal point, put 3 in the fourth digit, in the fourth place value. Okay, why I added 0? to make sure 3 in the right position. Okay, as you see here, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 digits and I have 4 0. Then I'm good to go. Okay. Okay, the other topic is converting proper fraction to a decimals. As I know, proper fraction, when it's the numerator is less than the denominator. So I have two steps. First, I have to divide the numerator of the fraction by its denominator, obviously. And then, if necessary, I have to add a decimal point and zeros to the number in the denominator and then round it as necessary. We're gonna see how we can do it. So here I have a proper fraction. Then I'm gonna do the long division, as you see here. Okay, so initially it started like this, 3 divided by 4. Okay, I cannot divide it 3 by 4 because it's less than 4. Then I'm gonna add a decimal point here and put 0 here. Okay, after I put 0 here, then I'm gonna multiply. Which number I could multiply by 4 to reach 3 or less, 30 or less is 7. So 7 is 28. After I do the subtraction, it's become 2. And then I'm gonna add another 0 here. Why I added 0? If I have decimal points, then I am free to add zeros until I reach 0 remainder, okay, in division. So here, I'm gonna multiply 4 by 5, then I'm gonna reach 20, and then I have a 0 remainder. So then my answer is 3 over 4 is equal to 75. It's equal 0.75. Okay. Hopefully it's clear. Just do the long division and then come up with the answer. Another example here. Let me change the color. Okay. Another example here is 3 over 8, which is the question asks you to convert a proper fraction to a decimal. So I'm gonna start off by dividing 3, okay, on 8. Then since I can't because 3 is less than 8, then I'm gonna add a decimal point and add a 0, okay, to the definite. Then I'm gonna multiply 8 by 3, and then I have 24, and the remainder here is 6. 6 is still less than 8, then I'm gonna add a 0, which is 60. Then I'm gonna multiply 8 by 7, and then it's gonna be 56. Okay, then I'm gonna do the subtraction, and then it's gonna be 4. So 4 is less than 8, then I'm gonna add a 0. Okay, then I'm gonna multiply 8 by 5, then I'm gonna have 40, and now my new remainder is 0, then I'm done. So 3 over 8, it's equal to 375. Okay, okay, are you clear? Clear. Okay, good. Now let's talk about converting mixed number to decimals. Mixed number, which is the number with a whole number plus the proper fraction. So let's look like this. So first one, I have to convert the fraction part of a mixed number to a decimal. Okay, I have to take this fraction part and convert it to a decimal. After I did that, I will edit my answer to the whole number. Okay, let's practice this with the exam to make it more clear. As you see here, okay, so here I have 8 and 2 over 5. I'm gonna take only the fraction part and make it a division. So 2 over 5. 2 is less than 5, then I'm gonna decimal points and add 0 here. Which number I multiply by 5 to get 20? It's 4. So I get 20 and 0. So my answer is 0.4. So 2 over 5 is equal 0.4. And then step 2, I'm gonna take this number and add it to my whole number. So it's gonna be 8 plus 0.4, which is equal to 8.4. Okay, so I'm gonna make a sub, take this and this number and combine it together. Okay, so it's gonna be the whole number plus the fraction when I convert it to a decimal decimal. Okay, remember, first take the fraction, convert it to a decimals, then added your answer with the whole number. Okay, now we're gonna move to the operation. We'll talk about adding first. So adding and subtracting decimal. Okay, the procedure is the same. It's only different when you use adding or subtract. Okay, so firstly, you will write the number so the decimal point align. You can place additional 0 to the right of the decimal point if needed without it change the value of number. So just make sure. So for example, if I said 0.3, okay, and I added zeros here, it's still the same as 0.3, okay, because zeros after this number, it doesn't matter, okay. However, if I said 0.03 and you added like this 0.003 and you told me they are similar, no, that's wrong. So 0.03, it's similar to when I said 0.03 and 000 and so on, okay? Should be this the same. You cannot add zeros here and you said they are similar. No, they aren't like this. They are not similar. So just to make it clear, okay? Step 2, added or subtract digits starting with the right column and moving to the left. Align the decimal point in answer with the above decimal point. So let's practice that. Okay. For example, here, added 4 plus 7.3 plus 36 plus 139 plus 0007 plus 8.22. Okay. You'll first start by put your regular number. First, you will put like this, 4, okay, and then you will align, of course, 4 it's here, since it's in the left, so it's a whole number, and then you're gonna put 7, 3, which is your, and here, which is your number in the question, okay, 139, and here is 0007, and here is 822. Okay, as you see, it's just make sure to align your decimal point. Now, to make your calculation easy, added 0 to the right to make it easy. So here, the largest digit I have is 4, so I'm gonna add it 4 zeros. I have 1 here, so I'm gonna add it 3. I have 3 here, I'm gonna add it 1. Here, I'm gonna add it 2. Okay. And here, of course, okay. Then I'm gonna make the sum. I'm gonna go vertically. So 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 7, it's 7. Okay. 0 plus 0 plus 9 plus 0, it's 9. Sorry. is 9, and here 0 plus 0 plus 3 plus 2 is 5, and 0 plus 3 uh, plus 1 plus 2 is 6, and then I'm gonna add the decimal point, it should be aligned, and then I'm gonna make a sum of the left numbers, which is the whole numbers. 4 plus 7 plus 36 plus 0 plus 8 is 55. Okay, so first make sure your decimal points are aligned, and then add 0 to the left as necessary, as you need to make your calculation easy. Okay, and then do the sum as you see here. It's more clear. Just I want to describe the idea. Whole numbers to the right, and you can add zeros to the left to make to the right to make the calculation easier. Okay, here is wrong, so the whole number here is to the left. Okay, just make sure to mix up here the right, so 0 to the right to make calculator easy, and whole number to the left. Okay, now subtracting decimals is the same procedure in the editing, but with different operation, but you will do it the same eventually. Okay, I have two numbers. I'm gonna organize them vertically, so I'm gonna say 45.3. I'm gonna say also 15.273. Okay, subtract. Okay, then I have to add zeros to the right to make my calculation easy. So here I have 3 digits. Okay, so I'm gonna add it here too. And then let's do subtraction. So here it's 0, so I'm gonna take 2 from here, 10, 9, and here 10. So here is 7, 2, 0. And then I'm gonna align the decimal point and then make a subtraction between 45 and 15 to become 30. So my answer is 3.027. Okay, just remember adding 0 just to make the calculator easier. Okay, another example, it's 28 minus 885. Okay, so 9 minus 4, 5 is 4. Uh, 5 minus 8, it's not, I'm gonna take 1 from here. Okay, and 15. Sorry, I think I'm missing number here. Yes, I'm missing number here. So the question here is 4. I'm gonna update this slide before I give it to you. So this is 4. Okay, so I'm gonna do it again. So now is 28. Okay, minus 0, sorry, minus 8, 8, 5. Okay, just make sure to align your decimal point. Now let's talk about adding 0. Here I only have to add 0 only for one place because it's to make my calculator easy. Okay, and then make the subtraction. So 9 minus 0 is 9. 4 minus 5, I have to borrow. So here it become 4, and here it's become 14. So it's gonna be 9. So here 4 minus 8, I can't, so I have to borrow. And then it's gonna be 14, which is 6 about subtraction. Here 0 minus 8, I can't, so I'm gonna take 1 from here. This has become 10. So 10 minus 8 is 2. I'm gonna align the decimal point, and then I have 27. This is an easy calculation, I know, but I did it because I know some students need to be clear about how they can do it, okay? Now, let's talk about multiplying decimals. So, this is the important part, and I know many of the students got confused about it, but hopefully what I explain will make it easy to you. So multiplying decimals, we have three steps. First step, multiply the numbers as a whole numbers, okay, ignoring the decimal point. So for example, if I have 32, uh, for example, 10.32, ignore the decimal point and make it a whole number. Okay, this is the first step to make it a whole number. Second step, count and total the number of decimal place in the multiplier and multiplicand, starting at the right in the product. Okay, I'm gonna describe this in example to make it more easy. Okay, let's start. For example, I have this one. It said multiply 8.52 by 6.7. Okay, the first step by ignoring the decimal point. So I did ignore it here and wrote it as 852. I ignore it in the second one and wrote it as a 67 and then do the multiplication. Okay, for the multiplication it become 2 multiplied by 7 is 14 and 7 multiplied by 5 is 35 plus 1 65 and do the regular multiplication. Okay, you will gonna then have your answer, which is, as you see here, is 57,084. Okay, how I'm gonna do it? I'm gonna take this one. Okay, I'm gonna count how many decimals place I have. In the first number I have 2 decimal place. Okay, in the second number I have a 1 decimal place. The decimal places, which is the decimal places, are on the right of decimal point. Okay, so here in the first number I have 2. In the second number I have 1, which is indicated 2 numbers. Okay, then I'm gonna make a sum, which is 3. Then I'm gonna move my decimal point to the left. So I'm gonna count from here. Okay, I'm gonna count from here 1, 2, 3. So my decimal point will be here. Again, in multiplication, I'm gonna go from right to left. So here 1, 2, 3, and here my decimal point. From where I get 3, because my numbers, the first number has 2 decimal places and the second one has 1 decimal places. Then just move by the total of decimal places that I have. And here I have 3. Okay, let's go to the second example. Okay, second example, it said multiply 3.36 by 0.016. Okay, as I said in the first step, ignoring the decimal point. So we're gonna put it like this: 236 and 0.16. Do the regular multiplication until you reach your answer. So this is my answer: 0.3776. Okay, let's check how many decimal places I have. In the first one, I have 2 decimal places. In the second number, I have 3 decimal places. So the total of my decimal places is 5. Okay, so I'm gonna go from right to left by 5 decimal places. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So my decimal point will be here. Okay, remember to go from right to left. So my decimal point will be here. Okay, good. Well done. Okay. Hopefully it's clear. Now let's talk about dividing decimals. Okay, in division is different procedure, and we're gonna go through very careful to make sure it's understandable. So first, step one, you have to make the divisor a whole number. So divisor, remember this is the divisor. This is the divisor. Okay, you have to make it a whole number by moving decimal point to the right. Okay, remember if you wanted to make, for example, if I have 30.2, for example, if I ask you to make it a whole number, then you will move this one to the right to make it a whole number. This will become 302. So 302 is a whole number, but 30.2 is not. So this is how you make a decimal number to a whole number by moving your decimal to the right, okay? So back to our example. Yeah. And then, see, sorry. So divided 32.800 on 2.5. As you see, it's starting by making the divisor a whole number. So let's write it down to make it clear to you. Okay. So first, you'll write it like this. 3, 2, okay, on 2.5. Okay, as the question said, make the divisor a whole number. Here I have 2.5. This will become 25. I will remove the decimal point to the right, then I'm gonna have 25. Okay, remember, anytime you remove your decimal points, you have to do it for both parts. Okay, from here I did it for one time, then I have to do this also for one time. If I move it to the right by one digit in divisor, I have to do it in the definite for also for one digit. So this number will become 32800. Okay, which is similar if you say 328. Okay, and then I have to change this to my new numbers. My new numbers is 25 and 328. And then I'm gonna do the division. Okay, yes, 0. Okay, now I'm gonna do the division. First of all, you have, okay, to know if you reach to decimal point, and then you have to do it again. You have to put it in the top. I'm gonna explain that. Now, let's do the division first. Here I have 32. Okay, if I say 1 multiplied by 25, so the remainder here gonna be 7. Okay, then I'm gonna put 8 here. Then I have 78. When I multiply 3 by 25, I have 75. Okay, and the remainder here will be 3. And now I reach to decimal point, so I'm gonna move it here. Remember, I go from here to here number by number. Okay, then I have a 0 here, then I'm gonna move the 0 here. This 0, I'm gonna move it here, and then it's become 30. I'm gonna multiply 5 by 1, so the remainder will be 5. I'm gonna also remove this 0 here, it's become 50. I'm gonna multiply 25 by 2, then I have 50, then I have no remainder. Then I'm done. Okay, my answer is 13.12, as you see it here. Okay, is 13.12. So it's equal to 13.12. Okay, I'm gonna give you another example to make it more clear. So I have this example. Divided 1.03075 by 0.25. Okay, so first I'm gonna do the long division, which is 1.03075 on 0.25. Okay, now let's look. First step is to make the divisor a whole number. So here I have 0, here I have 0.25. To make it a whole number, I have to move the decimal to the right by 2 digits, so it's become 25. What I did here, I have to do it here. So now I'm gonna move this one to I have to move it by 2 place value. So I did here for 2, then I have to do it here also for 2. So the other number will become 1.03075. Okay, now I'm gonna change this to my new number from here, which is 25, 103.075. Okay, now let's do the division. And now what's number when I multiply by 25? I get 103. Yes, 4. So if you multiply by 4, I get 100. And then the remainder is 3. And now I have a decimal. After I finish from 3, there's a decimal point. I'm gonna put it in the top. Now I have a 0, so I'm gonna put 0 here. I could multiply 25 by 1, then I get 25, and the remainder is 5. Okay, and then yes, and then I'm gonna move the 7 here. Okay, I have 57. I could multiply 25 by 2. Okay, 50. And now my new remainder is 7. And then I'm gonna move 5 here, which is 75. I could multiply 25 by 3. And then I have 75 without any remainder. So my answer here, okay, my answer here is, make it clear, is 4.13. Okay, let's move to, so the answer is 4, 1, 2, 3. Okay, okay. So here's the number when you change them. Okay, and here's my answer. Let me write it in other color to make it clear. Okay, it's equal to 4, 1, 2, 3. Okay, hope it's clear. Let's talk about decimals application in foreign currency. The price computers in Canada is costs $600 USA dollar. Using this currency, if $1 is equal to 1.1341 Canadian dollars, what is the cost in Canadian dollars? Okay, the price here is in US dollar, and I have to transfer it to Canadian dollar. So here I have to multiply the number of US dollar times the the currency exchange, and then 600. Okay, I'm gonna do it here. 1. Oh, sorry, yeah. This one, I'm gonna do it by the steps we learned. We have to drop the decimal point first. So 600 multiplied by 1, 3, 4, 1. Okay. Now, if you do the multiplication, you will have answer as following: 6, okay, and 0, and so on. Okay. I think you will have 2 zeros. Okay. Now, how you can move your decimal points? You will look first at your number. I have here 4 numbers with decimals, and here I have nothing, 0. So 4 plus 0 is 4. So I'm gonna move my decimal point to the left by 4 place value. As you see here, I'm gonna 1, 2, 3, 4. So my decimal point will be here. So the answer is 680.46. Remember, this zeros is represent. You can write it down or you cannot. Is the same value. So this one is equal between, I say, 680.46. They are similar. Okay. Now let's talk about shortcuts for multiple of 10. So in multiplication, we have to count the 0 in the multiplier and then move the decimal point in the same number to place to the right as you have 0 in the multiple. I'm going to describe this. So first you have to count the 0 in the multiplier. In multiplication, always the answer. In multiplication, the answer is always larger than the original one. In division, the answer is smaller than the original one. And we're gonna talk about this deeply. So look here. For example, I have 6.89 multiplied by 10. Okay. Then, since it's multiplication, then I have to go to the right. So here I have only 1 0. Then I'm gonna move only 1 digit. So here 1 0, so I'm gonna move 1 digit. Okay, here I have 2 zeros, then I'm gonna to move 2 digits. Here I have 3 zeros, then I am gonna to move 3 zeros. What if I don't have any like remaining digit or remaining places? What I can do here, for example, 6 multiplied by 1000. I have to move my decimal point 3 zeros, then it's gonna be like this. Sorry, it's gonna be like, okay, and still here's a remaining digit, and here my decimal point. Okay, because I have to move it 1, 2, and 3. Here's still a remaining digit, which is I replace it by 0. Always, if you don't have enough places to put your decimals, put 0 instead. Okay. Another example, get it more clear. So if I have, for example, 8 to 5 multiplied by 1000. Okay, I have to move my decimal points. For 3 places value. Then I'm gonna see, okay, 1, 2, 3, but I don't have 3 number. Here's a missing digit or missing place. What I can do is replace the missing by 0. So this will become 8, 2, 5, 0. And here minus 7 point. Okay, so whenever you have a missing places to move your digit, put 0 instead. Okay. Remember, in multiplication, go to the right. So in multiplication, go to the right. In division, go to the left, which means move your decimal to the left if you divided by 10 in division. Okay, in division, here I have 6.89. I divided by 10. I have 1 0. Then I have to move my digit to the left by I have to move my digit to the left by one place. Sorry. Yes. So here in division, you have to go always to the left. So I have 6.89 divided by 10. Okay, 10, which is mean I have 1 0. Then I have to move my decimal point to the left by one digit. Okay, which is 6. So my decimal will be here. Because as division, you have to move to the left. Another example I have here, 6.89, which is divided by 100. Okay, so I have to move two digits, which is 1 and 2, and here my digit, but I still missing one place. I will add it 0. Okay, if you miss one place, add it instead 0. Another example, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 digits. Then I have to move my decimal point 4 digits. Here 1, 2, 3, 4, and here my decimal digit. So how 0 I'm gonna add it? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you have to add it 3 digits to make it move 4 places. Okay, hopefully it's clear for you. Now let's practice some. Let's practice some problem. Okay, problem 8. First problem, round 75.9913 as indicated. So to the nearest tenth. Okay, I'm gonna first identify the specified digit that the question asks. So here, the question asks about the tenth, which is this. It's 9. Okay, then I have to look to the right. If I look to the right here, it's 9, which is greater than 5. Then I am gonna increase this one and drop the list. So this one, if I added 1, 9 plus 1 is 0. So it's 0, and I will add the 1 here, so it's become 76. Okay, so I'm gonna first, okay, identify the specify value that I wanted to round, which is here is 10th. Okay, and then I'm gonna look to the right. If the number is 5 or greater, I could increase this number and then drop the rest. If it's less than 5, then I will drop the rest without increasing. Here, since it's 9, I increase the 9, which has become 10. Okay, I put the 0 here and added 1 to the whole number, which has become 76.0 in 100. Okay, let's see 100. First, identify the specify value. Here it's 9. Okay, I'm gonna look to the right. If it's 5 or greater, I will increase. If it's less, then I will only drop. It's less than 5, so I will only drop these numbers and write 7, 5.99. Okay, now look for thousandth. I'm gonna first look to the identify the specified place, which is 1, and then I'm gonna look to the right. It's a 3, which is less than 5, then I don't have to increase, only drop. Then it's gonna be 75991. Okay, this is how to round your decimal number. Now I have problem. Second problem, convert the following decimal fraction to a decimal and round to nearest hundredth as needed. Okay, so here I have 979 over 1000. First, I'm gonna look to how many zeros I have here. I have 3 zeros. Then I am gonna write decimals and put the number here 979. Do I have to edit a zero? No, because I only have 3 zeros, which is indicate I have 3 places, which is good. I'm good to go. So I will count the zeros, move 3 places to the right, and round to the nearest hundredth. So since the question asked me to round to nearest hundredth, so first I will identify the digit, which is here 7th. I'm gonna look to the right. It's 9, which is greater than 5. Then I will increase 7 and drop the rest. So this is gonna be 0, 9, 8. Okay, so this is my final answer. The question here is clear. They ask about rounded to the nearest hundredth as needed. Okay. Okay, let's talk about some questions. Question 1, answer the following little question and show your steps of calculation. First, round 75.553 to the nearest tenth. The question asks about nearest tenth. Since it asks about nearest tenth, which is me also 100th. Okay, so I will identify the digit, here 10th, here 100th. It's 5. I'm gonna look to the right, is 3, which is less than 5. Then I will not increase it. I only will drop the 3. Then it becomes 75.55. B, round 91.15 to the nearest tenth. The question asked about nearest tenth. So I'm gonna first identify, just 1 second. Okay. First, I'm gonna identify the digit that the question asked is 10th, which is here. I'm gonna look to the right, which is 5. Then I will increase 1 and drop 5. 1 will become 2. So my final answer will be 9102. 91.2. Okay. C. The question asked to convert 42 over 11 to a mixed number. I'm gonna do the simple division. So 42. Okay. I'm gonna multiply by 3. Then it's become 33. I'm gonna do the division, the subtraction to become 9. Okay. Then I'm gonna take the odd denominator here. Okay. Put the remainder in above of the numerator and take this one to the whole number. Okay. This is how to convert to a mixed number. Okay. D, convert 4, 3 over 8 to an improper fraction. I'm gonna do here multiplication and then make a sum. Okay, so I'm gonna then first take my odd denominator here. Oh, that makes it easier. From here, I'm gonna take my odd denominator here without any change and do the multiplication and sum in the numerator. So it will become 8 multiplied by 4 plus 3, which is 35. Okay. Now, E, calculate by writing the answer as a simplified fraction. So here I have two mixed number and I have to multiply them. So first step, I have to convert each one to improper fraction, and then it will become like this, and then I will do division numerator by numerator and denominator by denominator. Then I will have the answer. Second one, 5 1 over 3 divided by 3 1 over 8. So here they are a mixed number. Since they are a mixed number, I have to convert them to improper fraction. So this one will become like this, and this one will become like this. And then I have to do the division. Division, first, change the color. First, I'm gonna change the division to a multiplication, and then invert the second one. So it will become 8 over 25. And then do the multiplication. It will become uh, 128 over 75. Okay, and they are both in the simplest form, the simplest fraction. Now, second one, convert 7.9 to a decimal fraction. So here I have 9.7. Okay, I have to convert it to a decimal fraction. What is the decimal fraction? When you have 9 over 10, 9 over 100, and so on. This is the decimal fraction, okay? So now, as I said before, if you see number without any denominator, so it's by default is 1. Okay, then I'm gonna see how many digits I have in the right of the decimal. Here I have one. Oh, how many places I have in the right of the decimal? Here I have one place. Then I'm gonna multiply by 10. Okay, if I have here two places or three, I'm gonna multiply by 100 or 1,000. So if I have two, I'm gonna multiply by 100. If I have three, I'm gonna multiply by 1,000. Okay, since here I have only one digit, I'm gonna only one place, I'm gonna multiply by 10 for both numerator and denominator, and this is will become 97 over 10, and this is my answer. And this is a decimal fraction. Okay, now convert 12 over 4 to a decimal. Okay, first, as I named before, I'm gonna take the proper fraction and convert it to the decimal, which is will be 1. Okay, separate this. Okay, this is for the first question. Okay, now I'm gonna take 1 divided by 4. Okay, added a decimal. This will become 10. So I'm gonna multiply by 2, which is becoming 8, and then subtraction will be 2, and then added 0, which is will become 5. Sorry, 5. 2, and then I don't have no reminder. So 1 over 4 is equal to 0 to 5. Then I will make a sum, 12, which is my whole number here, plus 0.25 is equal to 12.25. Okay, we're done with that. Okay, we'll submit it again. Hope it's clear. Now I'm gonna talk about this one. So solve for unknown t. I put the answer for you, but we're gonna discover this in the next chapter. Okay, so in next chapter we're gonna describe this in more depth, and we will know how to answer it. I only put the answer for your study for the quiz, but we're gonna discover this in the next chapter. Now I convert 5 to over 9 to percentage to a reduced fraction. So here I'm gonna convert the mixed number to improper fraction. As you see, the percent sign, which is mean, you have since multiply, then this is equal to 1 over 100. Okay, then we're gonna multiply 47 over 9 by 1 over 100. Okay, which is this will become 47 over 900. Okay, do it like this, multiplication, then it will become over 100. 900, sorry. Okay, so this is the answer. So now we reached the end of chapter 3. Hopefully it's clear for everyone. And next we're gonna talk about chapter 5, which is solving for unknown. Um, let's move to the chapter 5. Chapter 5 is about solving for the unknown. We'll get in how to approach for solving equations. We're going to discover this topic. Solving equation for the unknown, how to solve for unknown in equations, solving word problems for unknown. I will start by give some definition and some basic information about basic equation. So first, we're gonna talk about a mathematical expression. It's a meaningful combination of numbers and letters called terms. Operation signs such plus and minus within the expression connect the terms to show a relationship between them. Here, it's a meaningful between numbers and letter. It could be 7x. It could be 3. It could be x minus 2. Okay, so minus here, it's um, uh, it's connecting the terms to show the relationship between x and 2. So in mathematical expression, it could be like this: minus 2, 3x plus 4, and so on. So these, we call these terms. This is the first term, second terms, and the minus or plus or multiply between each other. This is to show the relationship. Okay. Now, equation. It's basically a mathematical statement with an equal sign. With an equal sign. Okay. This is equal sign showing a mathematical expression on the left equal to the mathematical expression in the right. For example, if I have 3x minus 2, this is a mathematical expression. And I put an equal sign with another mathematical expression, for example, 3x plus 2. Okay, so this equation, this is called equation because it has an equal sign, and this one is called mathematical expression. Okay, so if you see an equal sign here, that's mean this term here is equal to this term here. So this side is equal to this side. Okay, now what's the difference between mathematical and expression? An equal with the difference between mathematical expression and equation. An equation has an equal sign. An expression doesn't have an equal sign. So this is the big difference between them. A formula is that express in symbols a general fact, rule, or principle. Formulas are shortcut for expressing a word concept. For example, we have many formulas in math. There is a formula for find a portion. There is a formula for find a median, and we're gonna discover this in the upcoming chapters. But just I wanted to know there is a known formula in math. Okay, I'm gonna start by this example. Uh, Dick's age in 8 years will equal 58. Okay, here the question said his age in 8 years will equal 58. That's mean I don't know what what is his age now. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna put A as a represented his age now. So A plus 8, which is his age in 8 years, equal 58. Okay, so from the equality here, this part It means it's equal to this part. So imagine you have this, then a plus 8 is equal to 58. Okay, this is means the left side of the equation is equal to the right side of the equation. Okay, this is before solving. You have to understand the concept of the equation. Also, this is called variable, because I don't know what's the value of this variable. So it could be 1, it could be 2, it could be -1, it could be, I don't know what's the exactly value of it. Here, 8 and 58, we call these constant. Okay, because we did know what is their values. 8 values is 8, 58 value is 58. But for A, I don't know what's the value, so we call it variable. Okay, and there is some rule for the variables and the constant, as you see here. Variable and constant rules. Okay, first, if there is no number in front of a letter, okay, if there is no variable, if there is no numbers in the front of a letter, okay, like B here, so it is 1. For example, if I have 3x plus 1 and I have x plus 2, okay, as you see here, there is a number here in front of x, which is 3. So the number in front of x is 3. But if there is no number in front of x, like this one, is by default is 1. Okay, so you have to understand this, because if I ask you in the quiz the number in front of if there is no number in front of letter, then is 1, is that true or false? So you have to give me your answer. Okay, so it's by default is 1, so correct. Another thing, if there is no sign in front of a letter or number, there is no sign, then it is by default is plus sign, which is a positive number. I'm gonna explain it here. For example, if I have x plus 2 and I have 2 minus x, okay, so as you see here, there is no sign here in front of the x, so that's mean it's a plus. This is by default. And here for 2, there is no sign here, it is by default is plus. On the other hand, if there is a sign, for example here in front of the x, which is here is minus, then it is minus. You cannot say it is plus sign. Okay, so there is two rules. If there is no number in front of a letter, then it is 1. If there is no sign in front of a letter or number, then it's by default is a plus sign. Okay, did you get the idea? Okay, now solving for the unknowing rule. Here, for the unknowing rule, which said whatever you do to one side of an equation, you must do it to other side. Anything you will do to the right side, you have to do it to the left side, exactly the same. So you have to do it for both sides. You cannot do only for one side. Also, we have another rule called opposite process rule. Okay, which is said if an equation indicate a process such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division, and if I want to solve it for the unknowing or variable, I have to use opposite process. I have to use opposite process. For example, if the equation use an addition, then I'm gonna solve it by using subtraction. Okay, if the equation use multiplication, okay, and I want to solve it, I'm gonna use opposite process, which is division, and so on. Okay, we're gonna explain this in more example. See here, 8 a plus 8 is equal to 58. Okay, now I wanted to isolate a. I wanted to isolate a to solve the equation. Also, the rule is like usually people when try to solve any equation, they put the variable to the left, okay, and they put the constant to the right. So if you try to solve your problem, put your variable here, put the equal sign and your constant here. So this is will make your to solve the equation much easier. Okay, let's apply this. So I have here a, which is my variable, and I have a constant here and constant here. So I have to get rid of this and move it here. So to get rid of this, as see here, it's using addition. Okay, it's using addition. Then I'm gonna use the opposite process. So since it's addition, I'm gonna subtract from 8. Okay, from 8, and then since I subtract from the left side, I have to do it also for the right side. So here I'm gonna also subtract from 8 from the right side, and then a 8 minus 8 is 0, so it's going equal to 58 minus 8 is 50. So now I find the value of a, which is 50. Okay, I solve it by isolate the variable to the left and the constant to the right, and then I solve it. We're gonna give more example in this. Another example here, I have 5x is equal to x plus 2. So I have to move my variable here equal to constant. Okay, so how many variable I have? I have 2, x, 5x, and x. So I want to get rid of this x and move it to the left. How? I'm going to use the opposite process. Here x by default is positive. Then I'm going to add it minus x for both sided. Okay? Minus x because this is the opposite process. So it's going to be like this. I'm going to write it down. Okay? 5x is equal to x plus 2, and then I'm gonna use the here's is by default it's positive or plus x, then I'm gonna add it minus x, which is the opposite process. Since I added it to the right left, I have to add it to left side also. Okay, then I'm gonna say 5 minus 1, which is equal to 4x. Okay, because here it's 1x, so 5 minus 1, it's 4x equal to x minus x 0, so it's going, okay, then plus 2. Okay, so here I have 4x, so I wanted to get rid of 4. Since here is a multiplication, so I'm gonna use the opposite process, which is division. I'm gonna multiply for both sided. Remember, you have to do it for both sided. So this going. So my x here is here 2 over 4. If I want to simplify, it's become 1 over 2. So my x here is 1 over 2. So this is how we solve it in equation. Okay, so to make this clear. Okay. Now equation equality rules. There is an equation equality rules. So you can add the same quality or number to both sides of the equation and subtract the same quantity or number from both sides of the equation without affecting the equality. So why we always do whenever I do something for the right, I have to do it to the left because I don't want it to change the equality here. So Here, the rules say if you do something to one side, you have to do to other side, and then you can, and then if you did that, yeah, you want to change the equality, the equation equality. Okay. Now, if you want to check your answer, there is a rule called substitute. So you're gonna substitute your answer for the letter in the equation, and the sum of the left side should be equal to the sum of the right side. So this side should be equal to this side. This is to make sure your answer is correct. Let's say in this example, I have 7g is equal to 35, okay? And then I wanted to get rid of 7 to isolate g. Then I'm gonna divide it by using we're gonna use opposite process. So 7 divided by 7 is 7, it's 1. So g is equal, okay? G is equal to 5. If you divided 35 by 7, it's gonna be 5, okay? Now, how I could make my sure is my answer is correct, okay? Now see, J is equal to 5. Then I'm gonna substitute my answer to the original equation. So I'm gonna say 7 multiplied by the value of G that I found, which is 5, equal to 35. See, I'm just putting the G value, that's it. So I'm gonna multiply, which is gonna be 35 equal to 35. So now, if you have this equality, then my answer is correct. So remember, if it's the same, then your answer is correct, which is G equal to 5. Now, multiple process rule. So if I have multiple process rule, okay, so which is mean I have to do, for example, addition, multiplication, division. I have to do many, like multiple process in the equation, and then I have to use the multiple process rule, which is said there is an order. So when you're solving for unknowing that involve more than one process, first do the addition and subtraction. You have to do first addition and subtraction, and then clear this, and then did the multiplication and division. Okay, so first do addition and subtraction if needed, and then if you finish, do the multiplication and division. So this is the rule. You cannot skip the addition and do the multiplication or division first. No, do addition and subtraction and then do the multiplication and division. I'm gonna explain this in example. This example, see, it's a h over 4 plus 2 is equal to 5. Okay, I'm gonna first say my variable here in the left is equal to my constant. Okay, see, this is h over 4 plus 2. So I have here constant, okay, which I have to get rid of it by using the opposite process. Here is a plus 2, then I'm gonna add it minus 2 for both sided, okay? And then it's gonna be h over 4 plus 2 minus 2 and 5 minus 2. Then this is 0, so it's going. Then h over 4 is equal to 3, okay? Now, see, I first did the subtraction, okay? So you can do first either addition or subtraction. If you, like any operation do you need, use first addition or subtraction, and then move to use the division and multiplication. Now, when I reach here, okay, I will use the multiplication, okay, because if I want to get rid of 4, remember my aim is to isolate h. So here h is divided by 4. I'm gonna use the opposite process, which is multiplication. Then I'm gonna multiply 4. Sorry. I'm gonna multiply 4 by h for both sided. Okay, now I get rid of 4 by cancellation method. as you see here. Then h is equal to 3 times 4, which is mean h equal to 12. Okay, so first I used the subtraction method, and then I used multiplication method. I can't use multiplication before I get rid of like addition or subtraction that I have to use. Okay, now how I can make sure my answer is correct. I'm gonna substitute. Okay, substitute, which means I'm gonna use the original equation, which is h over 4 plus 2 equal to 5. Okay, I'm gonna exchange each value to the equation. So I'm gonna say 12 over 4 plus 2 is equal to 5. Okay, so 12 over 4 is 3 plus 2 is equal to 5. Then I'm gonna find out 5 equal to 5 because 3 plus 2 is 5. So now I reach the equality, so my answer is correct. So h is definitely 12. Okay. Okay, also I have two reminder rules. It's called the parenthesis rule. A parenthesis rule is when your equation contain a parenthesis like this, okay, which is indicate grouping together. You solve for the unknown by first multiplying each item inside the parenthesis by the number or letter just outside the parenthesis. Okay, this is important, just the outside of the parentheses. For example, I have here 3x plus 1. Okay, then I have first to solve this, so I'm gonna multiply 3 by x plus 3 by 1. Okay, so it's gonna be like this: 3x plus 1. Any sign here, it should be there. Okay, for example, if there is a minus, put minus here, and so on. Okay, now if you see this example, for example, 3, or let's say x 4 plus 1. Okay, now if you see this example, you cannot multiply 4 here. No, this is wrong. Only the number just outside the parentheses. Only use the number or letter just outside the parentheses. So make sure, because I saw some students make a mistake in this. So only use the number or letter just outside the parentheses, which is here. It's only x. Okay. So let's back to our example. 5 parentheses b by minus 4 is equal to 20. So I'm gonna multiply 5 by 4 and 5 by b, sorry, and minus 5 by 4. So it's gonna be 5b minus 20 is equal to 20. This is how to solve for parentheses. Okay, now we have a rule. It's called like unknowing rule. To solve equations with like unknowing, which is mean I have, for example, 3x plus x equal, for example, 3. So see here, both x's, which is the same, because there's another equation, you will find there is two variable, for example, 3x plus y. So you cannot combine these because they are different variable, and you call them alike variable. But this is called like variable. Okay, this is called like variable. How am I gonna solve it? You first combine the unknowing and then solve for the opposite process used in the equation. So I'm gonna first say, what's the number here before x? Is by default 1, and here is a sum. So I'm gonna make a sum, 3 plus 1, which is 4. So 4x is equal to 3, for example. Okay. So you have first make a combine, which is make a sum or subtract. What process it's required, you have to do it, and then answer, complete to answer. We're gonna discover this in more example. Let's say this example. 4a plus a, okay, here by default is 1, so I'm gonna make a sum. 4a plus 1, which is 5a, equal to 20. I wanted to isolate a in order to solve it, so here is a multiplication, then I'm gonna make the opposite, which is division for both sides. Then I get rid of 5, so a is equal to 4, because 20 divided by 5 is 4. Okay, how? If you wanted to make sure your answer is correct, just substitute. Go to the original, go to the original, sorry, go to the original equation and only substitute your answer. So for example here, okay, 4a plus a is equal to 20. Then my a here is, as I found it, is 4. Then I'm gonna substitute the value of a. I'm gonna say 4 multiplied by 4 minus 4 equal to 20. Then 4 times 4, 16, plus 4 equal to 20. Then 20 equal to 20. Then my answer is correct. Okay, this is just for you to make sure your answer is correct. Okay, now we reach the important part, which is solving word problems for unknowing. Okay, now you have we have 5 steps. So first you have carefully read the entire problem. Okay, you might have to read it several times. Is it okay? Just make sure you understand what is the requirement. So read it carefully and make sure that you read the entire problem. Also ask yourself, what is the problem looking for? Okay, what's the requirement? When you are sure what the problem is asking, let a variable represent the unknowing. Okay, so let your variable represent the unknowing. If the problem has more than one unknowing, represent the second unknowing in terms of the same variable. For example, if the problem has two unknowing, y is the one unknowing, the second it should be also y, and just represent it in the term of the first one. For example, here it could be 4y minus y, minus 4, okay? And then visualize the relationship between unknowing and variable, and then set up an equation. Okay, final step, check your answer to see if it's accurate by substitute. Okay, I'm gonna go through each step from here by example to make it clear for you. Okay, let's say this is example. Okay, so as you see here, ICM company sold 4 times as many computer as Ring company. The differences in their sale is 27. Okay, how many computers of each company were sold? Remember, read it several times, try to understand, and then ask yourself what is the requirement or what's the question asked for. Okay, I have here 2 companies, which is the first one ICM company, and the second is a ring company. Cool. Okay, so I have ICM company and ring company. The question asks how many computers of each company were sold, and this is my unknowing. So first write a table like this. Okay, put your unknowing variable relationship. Okay, do you have to create this table? You don't have, but it will save you from confusion, and then you can know how to solve your problem. Okay, so now after I find my unknowing, which is how many computers, so how many computers sold for both companies, ICM and Ring. Okay, now I'm finishing from unknowing. So let's set my variable. So first it said from the question here, ICM company sold 4 times as many computer as Ring. So 4 times. So it's 4x and Ring it's x. I took this information from the question. So I represent Ring X company as an X. And since ICM company sold 4 times of the ring, then I'm gonna say 4x, which is 4 times. Okay. Now, relationship, how I can determine the relationship, I'm gonna look back to the question. The question gives me a useful information that the differences in their sale is 27. Since it said the differences, then I'm gonna subtract. Okay, so 4x minus x, it's equal to 27. This is from the question. I'm not solving yet. Okay, now I done filling out all my table. Then I'm gonna start from the last section, which is the relationship. Then I'm gonna say 4x minus x is equal to 27. Okay, now I have an equation. Then I have to solve it. I have here both unknowing. So I'm gonna say 4 minus 1, which is 3x, equal to 27. Okay, now I wanted to get rid of 3. This is a multiplication. Then I'm gonna divide it on 3 for both sided. Then x equal to 7. Okay, now I found x equal to 7. Do I finish my statement or my problem? No, because I only found how many ring companies sold, which is 7. Okay, but I didn't find how many ICM company sold, how many computers sold. Okay, so since I have this information, I'm gonna multiply x by 4, which is 4 by 7. 4 times 7 is equal to 36. Okay, so now I find how many computers were sold by ICM, which is 36. Okay, sorry, here is 9. Okay, because 27 divided by 3 is 9. Okay, so it's 36 over no ICM sold 36 computers and Ring Company sold 9 computers. Now I finish from answering my problem, but I just wanted to make sure is my answer is correct or no. So I'm gonna back, okay, to the relationship and see if it is give me the same information in the question or not, because the question said the differences in their sale is 27. Then I'm gonna subtract 36 minus 9, which is in the question give me 27. Then I'm gonna do it here. So 36 minus 9 is 27, which is equal to 27. And then yes, my answer is correct. Okay, my answer is correct. ICM company sold 36 and Ring company sold 9 computers. Another example, solve the unknown from the following equation. A plus 64 is equal to 98. Okay, now as I told you before, you have to set your variables to the left and constant to the right. Okay, here I have an A and here I have another constant. So I have to get rid of this. Here is a sum. Then I'm gonna do it by the opposite process, which is minus. So A, okay, here minus 64 for the first, for the left side. Then I have to do it for the other side. And it's gonna be A is equal to A. This is gone. 98 minus 64 is 34. So A is 34. Okay, you can do it by this method or this method, they are same. Okay, another example, solve the unknown from the following equation. It gives me 5y is equal to 75. Okay, so I have here to isolate y, and here 5 is multiple, it's time y, so I'm gonna use the opposite process, which is division. So it's divided on 5, and then y is equal to 15. 75 divided by 5 is 15. So this is my answer. Okay. Another problem, Jessica and Josh are selling entertainment books to raise money for the art room at their school. One book sells for $15. Jessica received the prize for selling the most books in the school. Okay, Jessica sold 15 times the book sold by Josh. Together, they sold 256 books. How many did each of them sell? Okay, so I have many of many information from this question, and I have to be sure to use the right information that will help me to solve the equation. Okay, so first I'm gonna determine what the question asks. The question asks how many did each of them sell. So how many books were sold by Jessica and Josh? Okay, so this my table, as you see here. This is my table. Okay, so my unknown here, how many books sold by Jessica and Josh? Okay, and variables. I have to set the variables. I see from the question, Jessica sold 15 times the book sold by Josh. So I'm gonna set it 15x and Josh x. Okay, and I'm gonna take the relationship from the question. The question said together they sold 256 together, which is the sum of their total is 256. So I'm gonna say it 5x plus x is equal 256. And now I have my equation. Now I'm gonna start from the relationship. I see they are alike. They are alike fraction. Then I'm gonna say 5 plus 1, 6x equal to 200. Okay. Now I wanted to, no, it's 15, sorry, yeah. So here is 16. Okay, so 16, then I'm gonna divide it by 16 for both sided by doing the opposite process, and then x equal to 16 because 256 divided by 16 is 16. Okay, now this is my answer. Did I finish? No, because this is only for Josh. I don't know how many books were sold by Jessica. Okay, so I'm gonna say Josh is equal to 16. Jessica, I'm gonna multiply by 15. So 15 multiplied by 16 is equal to 240. Okay, so Jessica is 240. Okay, now I'm done with answering, but I wanted to make sure if my answer is correct. I'm gonna start from here. Together, they sold 256. Then I'm gonna go back to my original equation, which is 15x plus x, or I can say it like this another way. Together, they solve, then I'm gonna make a sum, which is 240, which is the book sold by Jessica, plus Josh books, which is 16. And from the question, they said it's equal to 256. Okay, so I want to check if this one is equal to this one. Let's say 240 plus 60 is equal to 256. which is exactly the same as the question taught us, then from here my answer is correct. Okay, I have also another problem. So now this is the end of the chapter 6, and hopefully it's clear. Now I'm gonna start by referring a sample problem, which is represented chapter chapter 2 and 3 and 5. So I'm gonna just go through it quickly for your quiz. So first one, a trip between two cities will take you 5¼ hours. 5¼ hour. Assume that you have traveled 10 over 21 of the way. How much longer will the trip take? Okay, assume that you already finished 10 over 21 of the way. So I wanted to know what is the remaining way. What's the remaining from the way? So I'm gonna say the remaining. Okay. Okay, it's 1 minus 10 over 21. Okay, as I said in a fraction, if you wanna know what is the rest from any like whole thing, just subtract from 1. And then here, I'm gonna change the color. Here by default is 1. Then try to find the LCD. So the LCD here is 21. Then I'm gonna multiply by 21 for both sides. It's gonna be 21 over 21 minus 10 over 21, which is equal to 11th over 21. Okay, so this is my remaining way. Then I'm gonna multiply this by the time I have. Then it's gonna be 11th over 21 times 5 over 4. Okay, this is a mixed number, so I have to convert it to improper fraction. So this one is going to be the multiply by, then I'm gonna see here 5 4 times 5 plus 1, okay, which is gonna be 21 over 4. 4, I have to use my old denominator. Okay, now by cancellation this is gone, so it's gonna be 11th over 4. Okay, and this is my answer. If I ask you to transfer it to a mixed number, so it's gonna be over 4 to 8, and then 2 times 4 is 8, then the remainder is 3, then it's gonna be my old denominator, which is 4, and the whole number is 2, and the remainder is 3. Okay, and now how many hours? Okay, it's 2 hours and 3 over 4. Okay, so this is my final answer. Okay, now Ahmed and Ali are selling a sport magazine. Ahmed received the prize for selling the most magazine in the school. Ahmed sold 18 times the number of magazines sold by Ali. Together they sold 228 magazines. How many did each of them sell? This is exactly the same as this problem, but I'm gonna go through it very quick. Okay, I'm gonna first write my table. Okay, so here is unknowing, here is variable, and here is relationship. Okay, now my unknowing, how many books sold by Ahmed and Ali? Okay, from the question, Ahmed sold 18 times the number, which is gonna be my variable here is 18 x and Ali x. The relationship from the question, together they sold 228. So 18x plus x equal to 228. Okay, done with that. Then I'm gonna start solving my equation. I will start from the relationship, which is 18x plus x equal to 280. Okay, uh, 18 plus 18, which is 1, which is 18 plus 1, which is 19x equal to 280. And here I wanna to get rid of 19, then I'm gonna divide it by 19, then x equal to 12. This is my answer for Ali. Did I finish? No, because I haven't find Ali box. Then I'm gonna multiply 18 by 12, which is gonna be 216. Okay, now I'm done. Okay, Ali solved 12 and Ahmed solved me 216. Now I wanted to make my how I can make sure my answer is correct. Okay, I'm gonna substitute, or from the question together they solved 228, so I'm gonna make a sum plus 12. From the question it said 28, so I wanted to make sure just if they are the same. So 216 plus 12 is 228, which is exactly as the question told us. So my answer is correct. Ahmed solved 260 and Ali solved 12. Okay. There is here another question. Convert 9 over 4 to a decimal number. Okay. Then we're gonna do the division. Okay. Now 2 times 4, which is 8. It's 1. Okay. 1 is smaller than 4. Then I'm gonna add the decimal point, because the question asks about decimal number. Okay, and then I'm gonna put 0 here. So 2 times 4 is 8, and the remainder is 2. I'm gonna add it another 0. Then 5 times 4 is 20, and then 0, 0. So after I reach 0 remainder, then I'm gonna stop. So my answer here is 2 2.25, which is D. So I'm gonna clear this, which is D. Okay, so this is my answer. Now for 2, convert 19 over 7 to a mixed number. Okay, 19 divided by 7. I'm gonna multiply by 2. 2 times 7 is 14, and the remainder is 5. Okay, then I'm done. So it's gonna be my old denominator, which is 7, and the whole number, which is 2, and the remainder, which is 5. So my answer is 2, 5 over 7, which is 8. Okay. Now 3, round 2.4592 to the nearest tenth. First, I will have to identify where is my digit, which is 4. Okay. Then I'm gonna look to the right. If it is 5 or more, then I'm gonna increase 4. If it's not, then I'm gonna keep it the same and drop the rest. So for 4 here, it is 5. Then I'm gonna increase it by 1, which is become 5, and then drop the rest. So it's gonna be 2.5, which is B. Okay. Just first identify which digit you are looking for. Okay. 7 1/4 percentage converted to a decimal equal. So remember, this one is going to be 1/100, okay? Okay, now first I have to convert it to improper fraction. Yes, now first I have to make a division for the proper fraction to convert it to a decimal. So it's going to be 1/4, okay? And then I'm going to add it a decimal point, it's going to be 0. So it's 2 times 4, which is 8. Reminder 2, I'm going to add it 0. Then it's going to be 5, which is 20 there, and then there is no reminder. So here I'm going to set 7, which is my whole number, plus 0, 25. So it's going to be 7, sorry, 25. Okay, now done with that. Yes, I done, but here I still have a percentage. So what I'm going to do now, take this and divide it and multiply by 1/400. Okay, so it's going to be 7/100, and is division. Then I'm gonna move my decimal point 2 digit or 2 places because I have 2 zeros. Then I'm gonna say like this, it's equal to, sorry, I'm gonna move it here 1 and 2. Here's my decimal point. Since I'm missing a digit, I'm gonna add it 0. Okay, then my answer will become 0, 7, 2, 5. Okay, so then my answer is D. Okay, try to solve it by yourself, and if it's still confusion, let me know. So it's D. For 5, the same. You will do it the same. First, convert the proper fraction, and then do it as a simplified fraction. Here, the question didn't ask you to put it as a decimal. No, just simplify. So I'm gonna start by first put it as a proper fraction. So it's gonna be 4. 4 times 3 plus 1, which is 13/4. Okay, percentage. And this is equivalent to say 13/4 times 1/100, which is equal 13/400. Okay, this is multiplication. Okay, so my answer is B. Okay, which one of the following is an equivalent fraction to 12/20? So 12/20 I could simplify by dividing each of them on 4. So it's gonna be equal to 3/5, which is B. So 3/5 is equivalent to 12/20. Now, Ahmed is 5 times Sarah's age. If the differences in their age is 16, how old is Sarah is? Okay, see here, I'm gonna say the unknown is Sarah age. Okay, I have an information. Ahmed is 5 times Sarah age, and the differences in their age is 16. So Ahmed, first I'm gonna say Sarah age is X, and Ahmed is 5 times Sarah age, which is 5x. The question said the differences, which is minus, it's equal to 16. So this is number 8. Okay, now how I'm gonna solve it? Let me clear just 1 second. So make sure to make room to each problem. Okay, now number 8, 5x minus x equal to 16. Then they are like knowing it's gonna be 4x equal to 16. Then x sorry divided by 4, then x equal to 4. Okay, so Sarah age equal to 4. Okay, 4. Now, in Dr. Ahmed math class, there are 20 students. Female represented 40% of the class total. How many female students does Dr. Ahmed have in his math class? Okay, read it twice, try to understand it. What I'm gonna do here is to multiply 40% by the number of students. So here I'm gonna say, okay, 20 times 40%, which is the same if you say 20 times 40 times 1 over 100. Okay, now by default, each denominator is 1. Then I'm gonna do the regular multiplication, which is gonna be 800 over 100, and then simplify, it's gonna be 8. So female student is 8, which is 8. Okay, now 10. Consider the equation 3 parentheses x minus 1 is equal to minus 2x plus 7. What is then the x is? So I'm gonna do it like this: 3x minus 1 equals plus 7. Okay, I'm gonna do the parentheses first, then it's gonna be 3x minus 3 equal, okay, and then I'm gonna make my variable on the left and my constant on the right. It's gonna be 3x plus 2x 7. I skip a process here, which is I did it by the opposite process. So try to do it by yourself because it's so easy. Then it's gonna be 5x equal to 10. Then x I divided by 5 for both sides. Then my x is equal to 2. Okay, which is 8. Okay, hopefully it's clear. Now there's here are some types of question we'll see in the maybe in the quiz. So we done this before. To convert the following decimal to a fraction, do not reduce to the lowest term. So the question asks you to convert it to the fraction. So first you're gonna take 0.63, and by default its denominator is 1. So you're gonna multiply by 1 of you're gonna multiply by 1, sorry, gonna multiply by 1 over how many zeros do you have? As I say, 1 2 3. Okay, which is gonna be 1000. Just 1 second, let me clear this. I don't want to make you confused. It's gonna be 0.063. Okay, you're gonna multiply by how many digits do you have on the right, which is 3. Then I'm gonna multiply by 1000. Okay, for both denominator and numerator, because here is by default it's 1. Then you're gonna do it like this. Here after multiplication, okay, and you have to move your decimal point by the number of zeros you have. And since here I have 1,000, then I'm gonna do it for 3 digits. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so now it's become 63 because my decimal point moved to the right, and then it's over 100. Okay, for number 3, it's only simplify. Okay, for convert the following to improper, just multiply this and make a sum of this. Okay, here multiply the following. Here the explanation. Here the denominator is 1 and do the multiplication. Here solve for the unknown from the following equation. Here by default is 1, so do it like this as we learn. Then b times 1 equal to 8 times 8 times 84. Then b is equal to 672 after you do the multiplication. So this is your final answer. Okay, now in rounding, as we learned before, here ask about 10th. Okay, then I'm gonna look to the 10th. Let's start here first. To the nearest cent, which is the 100th place here. And then I'm gonna look to the right. If it's 5 or larger, then I'm gonna increase 7. And which is, yes, I'm gonna increase it. It's gonna be 6, 8, 4, 2, 1, 8. And drop 6. Okay, here same. The question asks about 10th. So here is my 10th and the right 6. So I'm gonna increase the 8 by 1. It's gonna be 9. Okay, now 400 also. I'm gonna identify the digit, which is 6. Then I'm gonna see 7, 8, 6, because here on the right is 2, so I'm gonna just drop it. Now to the thousandth. This is my thousandth. I'm gonna look to the right, which is 9. Then I'm gonna increase 2. It's gonna be 73 and drop the rest. Okay. Okay. So 8, we done it before. 9, identify the type of fraction. As you see, the denominator here is less than the numerator is less than denominator, so it's a proper fraction. Okay. 10, multiply the following. So here by default is 1 and do the multiplication. Here convert the improper, as you say, like this, and multiply and plus, and you'll find the answer. Here, convert the following decimal fraction to a decimal and round to the nearest hundredth. Do the division and it becomes easier. Like this. 16 over 40 divided by 40, then I put decimal, so it's become 0. Then I'm gonna multiply by 4, which is gonna be, then they are 0, and since it's said in the rounded to the nearest hundredth, you can add it 0 here, it's fine. So it's gonna be 0.4. Okay, now solve for the unknown as we learned before. Okay, rounding and solve for the unknown and these. Okay, and for this, the reminder question, try to do it by yourself, and I'm gonna send it by you, like especially this. I'm gonna answer it in the slide, but try do it first without looking to the slide, just to make sure you understand everything. Thank you and best of luck for you. Hello everyone. Today we're gonna talk about chapter 6, which is about percentages and their applications. We're gonna talk about these topics. First of all, we're gonna talk about conversions, and then applications of percentage, like portion formula, which is the main topic here. So to start off, recap from the previous chapters. When we describe parts of a whole, we use the fraction and decimal. Here, percent also describe part of a whole. The word percent mean per hundred. Okay, if I say 25%, it's mean 25 per in term of hundred. Okay, the percent symbol is this one, indicate hundredth, which is mean division by 100. So percents are the result of expressing numbers as a part of 100. Okay, remember the symbol of fraction, it was this bar, and there is a number here and the number here, and the decimal, we indicate decimal number by decimal point. Now for percent, our symbol here is this one, which is mean by 100. Okay, so percent are the results of expressing number as a part of 100. Now back to our example about Mimi's one bag of candy. Remember when we count the yellow candies, we found they were 18. Okay, and the total number of the candy, it was 55, which is the total number of all the candies in one bag. After that, when we find the decimal form, we only do the division. So 18 divided by 55. So it was, we added decimal point, we added 0 here, and then we multiply by 3, and the final answer, it was 0.33. Do you remember that from the chapter 3? So this is decimal form. Now, how we can find the percent? The percent form from the fraction. So this is what we're gonna talk about it here. How to convert from decimal, from fraction and decimal to percent. Okay. So for this fraction, you will do the division first, and then multiply by 100, and then added the percent symbol or the percent sign. So this is basically the procedure how we can do it. So if you have a fraction, let's say 1 over 2, you will do the division. Okay, let's say we have 0.5, and then you multiply by 100, so it's going to be 50, and then you will add the symbol sign, the percent sign. Okay, so this is how we convert from a fraction to percent. So back to our example, the red candy, it was only 10 pieces, which is as a fraction represented as a 10 over 55. Okay, and then to convert it to percent, we do the division and multiply by 100, so it's going to be 18.18%. Now for the total, if I ask you represent the total, so you will count each one and divide it by the number of total. So for in terms of fraction, if you divide it 55 over 55, it's going to be 1. In terms of decimal, it's 1.00. In terms of 100, you take 1 and multiply by 100, so it's going to be 100. Then you will add a symbol sign, percent sign, sorry. Okay, so this is how you convert. So usually, if I ask you to find a complement or reminder of the way or reminder of the pieces, you all in fraction, you always subtract from 1. Okay, in decimal you will subtract also from 1. In percent, you will subtract from 100. So this is the rule. We're going to talk about this in details in the following example. So let's say now the first topic is convert numbers, fractions, decimal to percent. Okay, so here we'll talk about conversion to percent. So whenever you do conversion to percent, you have first multiply by 100 and then edit the percent sign. Okay? Or another method, shift to decimal to the right and edit a percent sign. So you have two ways to do that. Um, the first way to multiply by 100, which is easier. The second way to shift to decimal to the right and edit a percent sign. Let's see, for example, here I have a decimal number, which is 0.49. So I'm gonna take this number and multiply by 100. Okay, so it's gonna be 94, 49, 49, and then I will edit the percent symbol. Okay, this is for decimal form. What about the numbers, the whole numbers? I have 8 here. Then I'm gonna take 8 and multiply by 100. So 8 times 100 is 800. And then lastly, I will edit the percent sign. Okay, now I have a decimal form, 6.006. I'm gonna multiply by 100. So I can multiply by 100 or I can shift the decimal point to the right two places. Okay, uh, both are correct. So choose which one is easier for you to do it. So if you multiply by 100, okay, it's gonna be 600.6, and then you will edit the percent sign. Okay. Now, if you have a fraction like this one, okay, so first you will do the division for the fraction, which may convert to decimal. Okay, so 16 over 14, it's gonna be 0.4 if you do the division, and then take this number and multiply by 100. So it's gonna be 40. If you multiply it by 100 and then edit percent sign. Okay, now also here I have a fraction. If you divide 3 over 8, it's gonna be 0.375, and then you multiply by 100, so it's gonna be 37.5%. Okay, now lastly, if I have a mixed number like this one and I ask you to convert to percent, so first you will convert this number to improper fraction. So I'm gonna keep my old denominator, multiply 3 times 14 plus 2, so it's gonna be 45. Okay, and then I have a fraction, then I have to do the further division, so it's gonna be 0 point no, it's gonna be 14. Okay, 6 6 6 6 7. Okay, and then you have to multiply by 100, so you have to shift your decimal point to the right by 2 places, or you can just do it by the calculator. So it's going to be 1466, okay, 0.67, and then edit the percent sign. Okay, this is how you do it to convert from mixed number to percent. Hopefully it's clear. Always remember the rule. You have to multiply by 100 and then edit the percent sign, or you can just shift your decimal point to the right by 2 places and then edit the percent sign. Okay, now the other topic we're going to talk about is how to convert a percentage to numbers, fraction, and decimal. Okay, so now how we can do the opposite things by converting from percent to numbers, fraction, or decimal. So the rule is, first you have to drop the percent symbol, and then second divide it by 100. Okay, so first drop the percent symbol and then divide it by 100, or drop the percent symbol and shift to decimal to the left. Okay, because it's division, so I have to move to the left by 2 places, since I have in 100 2 zeros. Okay, let's see an example. So I have 54.5%, and I ask you to convert it to decimal. So you will first drop the percent sign and then divide 45.5 over 100. So it's gonna be 0. 0.545. Okay, and then since the question asked to round into two decimals, so you have to round. Since I have 4 here, I'm gonna see here, so it's gonna be 0.55. Okay, now also for the second one, I'm gonna do the same. First, I have to drop the percent sign and then divide it by 100. So it's gonna be 8.244, and then do the rounding. Okay. Now, if I have 1 over 4%, okay, and I ask you to convert it, let's say to decimal number. Okay, so you will gonna first drop the percent sign and then divide it by 100. So it's going to be 0.2225. Another way to do it, you can just say it like this. This is only another way. So 1 over 4, okay, divided by 100. So it's going to be 1 over 4 multiplied by 1 over 100. So it's going to be 1 over 400. So it's going to be 0.0025. Okay, this is another way to do it if you wanted to convert it without division. So this is another way. Now, if I have a mixed number, okay, so I have first to convert the mixed number to a decimal number. So I'm gonna first convert it to improper fraction. So it's gonna be 4. Okay, 7 times 4 is gonna 28 plus 3 is gonna be 31. Okay, so 31 divided by 4 is gonna be 7.75. Then divide this number by 100, so it's gonna be 0.0775. Okay, now if I have a whole number as a mixed number and I ask you to convert it to decimal number, so you will first drop the percent sign divided by 100. Okay, so it's gonna be 1.56. If the question asks you to convert this number to fraction, so this is the fraction form. So you're gonna do it like this: 156 divided by 100, and then you have to simplify the fraction. Okay, so you're gonna divide it by 4 for both, because both numbers are able to be divisible by 4. So it's gonna be 39 over 25. So this one is the fraction form, and if I ask you to convert it to decimal form, so it's going to be 1.56. Only do the division. So the 39 divided by 25 is going to be 1.56. Okay. Here we'll do the same. 1 over 8%. Okay. This is a fraction, and I ask you to convert it to decimal. So you have two ways to do it. The first way is just divide the fraction by 100, and here by default it's 1. So it's going to be 1 over 8 times 1 over 100. Remember when we said in division in a fraction, you have to convert this to multiply and invert the second fraction. It's become 1 over 100. Then it's going to be 1 over 800. It's equal to 0.00125. Another way to do that, you have to do the division for the fraction. So 1 divided by 8, it's going to be 0.125, and then divided by 100. Okay, so it's going to be 0. Like this number, 0.00125. So do which one is easier to you, but in the end you have to got the same result. Okay, if I ask you to convert it to decimal form, this is how. This is a fraction form. Okay, last thing is how to convert um, a percent here in a mixed number. So it's going to be 3 3 times 31 plus 2. It's going to be 95, and then divided by 100. So you have to uh, do the division, uh, convert the division to multiply, and then insert the second one as we learned before. So it's going to be 95 over 300. Okay, so from here you can simplify if I ask you to convert it to fraction, but here I ask to convert to decimal, so do the division, so it's going to be 0.3167. Okay, hopefully it's clear. Always remember, to convert from percent you have to divide it by 100 and drop the percent symbol. To convert to percent you have to multiply by 100 and add it symbol, the percent symbol. Okay, hopefully it's clear. Let's move to examples to see how we can solve it. So the first example that we have is this one. Don't change the color. So convert the following decimal to percent. The number that I have is 6.006, and since the question asks convert to 2%, then I have to multiply by 100. Okay, so it's gonna be 6.006 times 100, so it's gonna be 600.6, and then I'm gonna add the percent sign. Okay, remember in multiplication I have to move 2 places to the right. Okay, so it's gonna be 600.6%. Now convert the following percent to decimal. Okay, so it's from percent to decimal, then I have to divide it by 100. Now I have 119%. The first thing I'm gonna do is drop the percent sign, then divide it by 100, so it's gonna be 1.19. Okay, because the question asks to convert to decimal, and this is decimal form. Okay, another example, convert the following two fractions and reduce to the lowest term. So I have a percent form and I have to convert it to a fraction. So I'm gonna first uh, convert the improper fraction to the mixed number to improper fraction. Okay, this is my original number, drop the percent. Okay, so it's gonna be 3 times 31 plus 2, so it's gonna be 95 over 3. Then I'm gonna divide it by 100 because it's converted from decimal, from percent to fraction. Then it's gonna be 95 over 3 times 1 over 100, because here by default it's 1. Then you have to invert the second one. So it's gonna be 95 over 300, and then after you simplify and reduce it to the lowest term, it's gonna be 19 over 60. Okay, here we divide it by 5 for both sides, for both numerator and denominator. Okay, so my final answer is 19 over 60, which is a fraction. Now the last example, it's say convert the following fraction to percent. Since it's 2%, then I have to multiply by 100. So I'm gonna take 7 over 8. Okay, then divide 7 divided 7 over 8 is gonna be 0.875, and then multiply by 100, so it's gonna be 87.5, and lastly added you have to edit the percent sign. Okay, hopefully it's clear. Now let's talk about the portion formula. So the portion formula, it's when the question asks you to find how much exactly the portion of something, or how many pieces the portion of something exactly. So we're going to talk about this. We have a specific formula to use. So in a problem involving portion, base, and rate, by the way, portion, it's obvious, is the part. Base, which is represent the whole. Sometimes the question say total sale, total, let's say liquid, total pieces. So to always represent the total or the whole. Rate, it's rate. Sometimes you see it in percent. So this represents the rate. So if I give you two of these elements, for example, if I give you portion and base, from the same formula you can find the rate. Okay, so from this formula we can solve for three scenarios. So first, let's say I give you the base, okay, and the rate, and I ask you to solve for portion. You can do it from this formula. Another scenario, this is the first scenario. Another scenario, I will give you the portion and the base, and I ask you to solve for the rate. Okay. Third scenario, I can give you the portion and the rate, and I ask you to solve for the base. All these scenarios, you can do it by using the same formula, which is we call the portion formula. Okay, so we're going to talk about this, the usage of this formula, and how we can solve it. As you see here in this figure, so this is the portion from something. Okay, so if I ask you to find the portion, so we're going to take the base and multiply by the rate. Okay, so this is the first scenario. If I ask you to solve for the rate, okay, this is the rate, you will take the portion, okay, and divide it by the base. Another way, if I ask you to solve for the base, you will take the portion and divide it by the rate. So usually the rate is represented by the percent symbol, and the base is said of something, like find the percent, find 20% of something. So of usually represent the total, and the portion is the part the question asks about. Let's say this an example. So the first example that we have is to solve for portion. So let's say sales of milk chocolate M&Ms, okay? Sales of milk chocolate M&Ms are 80% of total M&Ms sale. So this rate is represent the portion. Okay, so now 80 is my rate. Now total M&Ms sale are 400,000. So total M&Ms. Okay, now this is my base. Now the question asks, what are the sale of milk chocolate M&Ms? It's asking about a specific part. Okay, so imagine that I have many types of M&Ms sales, M&Ms chocolate. Okay, I have milk chocolate, peanut chocolate, and other chocolates. Okay, so I know the milk chocolate is represent 80% of the total sale. Okay, and the wholesale is, let's say, from the question is $400,000. Okay, so the question asks how much exactly the total sale for the milk chocolate, which is this part. So it's asking about a portion. Now let's say what fact that we have. So we have the first fact, which is milk chocolate M&Ms sell 80% off, which is the sale. So since it is in percent, I have to convert to decimal. Always, always, always remember, in solving a problem, convert your rate to decimal. Okay, so this is going to be 0.8, because in converter you have to drop the percent sign and divide it by 100, so it's going to be 0.8. Okay, Now, the other fact that I have, the total MMS sale 400,000, which is the base. The question asks about the portion here, which is the sale of milk chocolate MMS only. So, how we can solve it? Since I have the base and the rate, so I'm gonna use the portion formula. So portion is equal to base times rate. So the base that I have is 400,000, and the rate that I have is 0. Sorry, it's 8. So after you multiply, it's gonna be 320,000. Okay. So the portion for milk chocolate, or the sale of milk chocolate MMS, is worth to $320,000. Okay, this is from the portion formula, because the question directly asks about the portion. Let's say this is the first scenario. Let's see the other scenario when we missing the base. Okay, so for the base, let's read the question. The question says the sales of peanut and other MMS chocolate. Remember, this is our bag or our type of chocolate. I have here milk chocolate. Okay, and I have also peanut and other. Okay, so the sale of peanut and other MMS chocolate candy are 20% off. So the rate for this one is 20% of total MMS sale. Okay, sales of milk chocolate. The sales of milk chocolate MMS sale are, this one is $320,000. What are the total sales of all MMS? Okay, so the question asks, what are the total sales for all MMS, which is the base. So what I'm missing here? I'm missing the base. So how we can solve it? So first, we have to find this the sale rate of milk chocolate. Why? Since I don't know the base and I only have the portion of this one, okay, from this one I can find the base, because if you're solving for the base, you have to solve for the portion and rate for the one thing from the question. For example, you cannot solve here for the portion of peanut, okay, using the total sale of milk chocolate, because they are not related. Instead, you can find here from the question, you can find the rate of milk chocolate. If you find the rate of milk chocolate and the portion of milk chocolate, then you can solve for the base. But you cannot use the rate of peanut and other chocolate to solve for the base. As I said, because they has to be related. They have to be related to each other. I'm gonna write it in detail here. Let's say, so first we have to find the sale rate of milk chocolate. Okay. Now, how we can find that? Okay, we can find that since we know the peanut and other chocolate candies rates. Okay, since we know the rates for the other peanut and other chocolate, always the rate that represents the whole, always 100. Okay, so the base, for the base, always the rate represents the base is 100%. Okay, So since I know the peanut and other chocolate, how much they are represent from the rate, I can subtract from 100. Okay, this is the 20% represent the peanut and other chocolate. So if I subtract from 100, it's going to be 80% of, which is this represent the milk chocolate, because the milk chocolate is the reminder from the candies. Remember, all my sale is including peanut and other chocolate and milk chocolate. The peanut and other chocolate is equal to 20% of my sale, and the rest of my sale, it will be the milk chocolate. Okay, since I know my whole sale is equal to 100%, then I'm gonna take the 100 and subtract the peanut to find the rate of the rest. Okay, now I have to convert it to decimal, which is gonna be 0.80. Now I have the rate of milk chocolate, which is, let me clear this, which is 0.80, and I have the portion of milk chocolate sale, which is equal to 320,000. As you see, they are related to each other. They are all for the milk chocolate. Then now I can use the portion formula. So the portion formula, it said base times rate. So here I have the portion, which is 320,000. I'm missing the base, but I have the rate, which is 0.80. Okay, now it becomes as an equation, so I have to solve it. Now b is multiplied by 0.8, then I'm gonna do the opposite process, which is division. Okay, then b is equal to, if you divide 320,000 by 0.8, it's gonna be 400,000. So the total sale of MMS, all MMS candy, is 400,000, which is represent the base here in this example. Okay, now if you solve for the base, the only thing you have to pay attention to is to solve your rate and your portion for the same thing. You cannot use the portion for other things, or rate from other things is not related to each other. Okay, just pay attention to that. Okay, in Arabic I'm gonna say لما تحلوا عشان توجدوا البيس لازم انه تشوفوا ان البورشن او المعطيات عندكم في السؤال انه البورشن والريت تكون نفس الشيء. يعني مثلا هنا السؤال اعطانا الريت حق البينت واعطانا التوتال حق اللي هو الميلك شوكليت، فانا ما اقدر استخدمهم مع بعض. لازم اول شيء اني القى الريت حق الميلك شوكليت عشان اقدر استخدم البورشن حق الميلك شوكليت. اوكي، بس هنا ما اقدر اني انا اوجد اللي هو البورشن حق البينت لاني انا ما اعرف التوتال، لكن instead I can اني القى النسبة تبع الميلك شوكليت عشان استخدمها في المعادلة. اوكي، hopefully it's clear. If there's any question, just reach me anytime to explain it more. Now, how we can solve for rates? Let's say always here we will use the same formula, but in different scenario. This is the last scenario to solve for rate. Now, sales of milk chocolate M&Ms are $320,000. Okay, the total M&Ms sale are $400,000. What is the percent of peanut and other M&Ms chocolate candies compare the total M&Ms sale? Okay, now, so first we have to find the sale of peanut and other M&Ms chocolate. Here The question asks about the percent of peanuts. Okay, to solve, I know what is the base. Okay, and I don't know what is I don't know what is the peanut and butter portion, peanut and other chocolate portion. I don't know, but I can find it from the question. How? I have the total, as I said, here is 400,000, and I have a portion from the milk chocolate. Remember, this is all the sale, okay? All the sale is equal to 400,000, okay? Only the milk chocolate is equal to 300,000, and the rest is missing, which is for peanut. How I can find the rest if I know the total and the other portion? I'm gonna subtract the 400,000 and 320. Okay, so the peanut and other chocolate it's equal to. I'm gonna take the total, which is 400,000, subtract $320,000. Okay, to find the sale of peanut butter, peanut and other chocolate. So it's gonna be $80,000. So now I have the sales, the total sales for peanut and other chocolate. I have the base, which is 400,000. Then I can find the rate for peanut. Why? Because the question ask about the peanut and other chocolate specifically. So it's gonna be my formula portion equal to base multiply by the rate. So the portion that I have, I found it here, which is um, 3. Sorry, the portion that I have, which is 80, okay, thousand. The base, which is 400,000, and the rate, which is missing. So now R, which is the rate, is equal to 8,000 divided by the 400,000. So R is going to be 0.2. Okay, now 0.2, this is in decimal form, and the question asks about percent. So you have to convert it to percent. How we can convert it? We're gonna multiply by 100, so it's gonna be 20%. And don't forget to add the percent symbol. Okay, this is the idea. So you have first to find the total sale for the peanuts and other chocolate, and then after that substitute in the portion formula to find to find the rate for peanut butter as the question asked about it. Hopefully it's clear. If you have a question, just reach me to solve it. Okay, now let's move to last topic in the chapter, which is how we calculate percent decrease and increase. Okay, this is interesting topic because once you know the rules, it's become much easier here. So let's say the question asks to calculate, let's say, the decrease percent. Okay, so the first step that you have to do is just find the differences between amounts. Usually the question will give you two amounts. Okay, let's say decrease from 12 to 10, for example. Okay, so you have two amounts. So take this amount and make it find the difference between them, or just subtract. So 12 minus 10 is 2. Okay, step 2. Okay, take the answer from step 1 and divide it by the original amount. Okay, and for original amount I have some rules. Okay, if the question said it is increase, then the original number is the lowest number. Okay, if the question said it's increase, then the original number is the lowest number. From my example here, this is the original number. If I said it's increase, if it is decrease, okay, then the original number is the large number. So in this example, if I said this is a decrease, so you have to choose 12 as an original number. Okay, so remember always to memorize these rules, because if you get confused which one is your original number, so your answer it will be wrong. You should be careful. Okay, if it is increase, the original number is the lowest number. If it's decrease, the original number is the largest number. Okay, always memorize this rule. Let's say an example how we can solve it. Okay, the first example here is the rate of percent increase. A bag of MMS with weight 18.4 ounces, which was 15% more than a regular 16 ounces bag of MMS. Okay, is the 15% increase actual? The first question it said it's increase, and also here it said it's more than. All represent the increase. Okay, so if it said increase, which number should I pick? The increase, the original number is the lowest number. So first, it just for you said the original number here. This is easy to you, just in case if you didn't get confused between these numbers. So the original number is, since it's increased, so the original number is 16. Okay, now we will do it by steps. So step 1, find the difference. Okay, so the difference is between 8.4 minus 16 is going to be 8.40. Okay, this is step 1. Step 2, okay, you'll find the rate, which is equal to portion divided on the base. Okay, now portion and base, what does that mean? Portion, you will take the amount from step 1. Okay, this is portion. In quiz, I won't ask you to write the formula, just memorize how we can do it. Base, which is your original number, which is, we pick it here as a 16. So it's going to be 2.40 divided on 60. Okay, so it's going to be 0.15. Okay, now convert the decimal to percent, because the question asks about the rate. So it's going to be 15%. Okay, how to convert? As we said, multiply by 100 and added the percent symbol. Okay, this is how to convert. Now, the question said it is the 15% increase actual, and from our calculation, yes, it is actual. Okay, now always remember, if it is increase, the original number is the lowest number. If it is decrease, the original number is the largest number. Now, another example. Let's say MMS company decided to decrease the weight 16 ounces of bag MMS to 12. What is the rate of percent decrease? The question said it decrease. So if it is decrease, my original number, okay, is the largest number, which is 16. Yes, it's 16. Okay, now step 1, find the difference. So it's going to be 16 minus 12. It's going to be 4. Okay, step 2, take the answer from step 1 and divide it by the original number, which is 16. Again, 4 is represented the portion and 16 the base. Okay, if you want to just compare it to the portion formula. Okay, step 2, take the answer from step 1 and divided by the original number, so it's gonna be 0.25. Okay, how we can convert it to percent? Only multiply it by 100, so it's gonna be 25%. Okay, this is how you can find the rate for decrease. Okay, hopefully it's clear. This is the last example. Okay, now the increase in the price of sugar, okay, caused the M&M's company to decide to decrease the weight of each 1 pound, which is 16 ounces bag of M&M's. So they decided they decided to decrease the weight, okay, from 16 to 14. Okay, now what is the rate of percent decrease? So the question said it's decrease. I know if here it's just trying to confuse you, but the question is asked about decrease, so pay attention. Because the increase in sugar بسبب الزيادة في السكر قررت الشركة إنها تنقص وزن الحلاوة، أوكي، أو اللي هو the the candy bag the candy bag, okay. Now let's say first, since it's decrease, so my original number is 16 because it's decrease. Okay, now step 1, I'm gonna find the difference. 16 minus 14 is 2, or z. Step 2, I'm gonna take the answer from step 1, which is 2, and divide it by the original number, which is 16. So it's gonna be 0.12 125. Okay, now the question asks what is the rate, so you have to convert it to percent. So after you multiply by 100, it's gonna be 12.5%. Okay, this is how you solve in terms of decrease or increase if the question asks you to find the rate. There are 2 steps. First, make find the difference, and the second step, take your answer from step 1 and divide it by your original number. Okay, now we done from chapter 6. The rest of slide it's only refuse. Okay, so I just give you some question. It's similar to the question it will be in your quizzes. So I'm gonna explain each one in details. Okay, hopefully it will become more clear to you. Let's start from question 1. The question one said, the amount of foreign currency in the federal bank was $2.25 billion last year. This year, the reserve amount to $3.6 billion. What is the rate of percent increase? So the question, it said increase. Since it's increase, so my original number is the lowest. So this is my original number. Okay, so I'm gonna do it step by step. So step 1, I'm gonna make a difference. So the difference between $3.6 minus 20.25, so it's going to be this in terms of billions. Okay, so it's going to be 1.35 billion. Now step 2, find the rate. So the rate is going to be 1.35 divided by the original number, which is 2.25. Okay, so it's going to be 0.6. It's in decimal form, and the question asked me about the rate. Then I'm gonna convert it to percent by multiplying by 100, so it's gonna be 60%. Okay, so now what is the rate of percent increase? Is 60%. Okay. Question 2. The new price of a flat screen television decreased by 12%. Okay. After it's decreasing, the amount it's $1,100. What was the original price? Okay. Now the question here is different. I don't have the two numbers. I only have one number and the percent. Okay, and the question said it's decrease. Now, as I said, if it is decrease, my original number here is the largest. Okay, so how we can solve it? As the following. So the rate for the new price is 100 minus 12, so it's going to be 80%. Okay, so this is because it's decreasing. Now the rate for the original price is 100. Remember, the original price is the whole thing, so it's 100 since it represents the base. Okay, now I have to convert each percent to a decimal form. So this is going to be 0.8 and this is going to be 1. Okay, this is after you convert it to the decimal form. Now I'm going to set the price I have 1,100. Okay, this is represent the 0.80. Sorry, here it's 8. Okay, now the 1,100 is represent the 0.88 from the price, and the total price is represent 100, which is 1. 100%, which is 1 after converted to decimal. Now, after you're done with that, okay, you're gonna multiply like this. So 0.88x is equal to 1,100, okay, dollar. Now it's become as an equation. So I'm gonna divide by 0.88 for both sides. So x is equal, after you do the division, is equal to 1,250. Okay, so this is my original number because it's decreasing. So my original number is x because it's the missing one. The question is, give me the second number, which is the number after the decreasing at 1,100. I have to find the original number before the decreasing, which is 1,250. Okay, always remember which what is the question asked. If it is decrease, set your x as the original number and find the percentage for the second number by subtract this percent from 100. Okay, and then follow the same as we did. Now I'm gonna give more example in this how we can do it and it'll become more clear. Question 3, it's asking about the opposite, about increasing. So the registration fee this year is $82.6, and this is after increase of 18%. What was the registration fees last year? So now I have it's increased. What I have, my original number is the lowest number. Okay, the lowest number is the registration last year. This is my lowest number. This is x. Okay, since x is the original price, so x is represents 100%. Okay, let's now I'll write in detail the rate for the last year price is 100%. Okay, this is for the last year price. I'm gonna convert 100 to decimal. After we divide it by 100, it's gonna be 1. Now the rate for this year since it's increasing, I'm gonna take 100% and added 18% because it's increasing. So it's gonna be 118%, and then you have to convert it to decimal 1.18. Now, as you see, since the question said it's increasing, I added 2% to each other. The previous question, it said decrease. That's why I subtract the percent from 100, okay? So pay attention to the question, the requirement, and then it will become much easier. Now let's complete, okay? So now what I have, the registration fee for this year, which is, 82.6. It represents 1.18 because this is for this year. Last year, which is the missing, it represents 1, okay, which is the total. Now I'm gonna do multiplying like this. So x is gonna be 1.18x equal to 82.6. Okay, now it become as an equation. I have to solve it for x. Here is multiplication, then I'm gonna divide it for both sides. So now my x is become $17 after you do the division. So my original number, which is the price last year, is 17. Okay, this year after the increase of 18, the price is become $82.6. Okay, now question 4, it asks to solve for portion, okay, and round to nearest hundred as needed. So I have the rate and the base, and I have to find the portion. Okay, so first I have to convert the percent to decimal. This is gonna be 1.19. You're gonna divide it by 100 and drop the percent sign. Okay, after we convert it, now I'm gonna use the portion formula. Portion is equal to base times the rate. Okay, what I have from the question, I have the rate and the base. The rate, the base is 128.9, and the rate after I converted is 1.19. After you multiply is it's gonna become 153.59. Okay, this is another type of question to ask you about the portion. Always remember to convert the percent to decimal and use the portion formula. Okay, question 5. It said the university fee of Ali is $1,650 this semester. The amount was decreased to 1,450. What is the rate percent of decrease? So I have the two numbers, okay, and it asks me about the rate. So now I'm gonna use two steps that I have before. So the first, it said is decrease. So since it's decreased, my original number is the largest number, which is here it's 1650. So this is my original number. Okay, I'm gonna write it down here as an original. Okay, now I'm gonna use the two steps. So step one, I'm gonna make a difference. So 16 1650 minus 1450. So it's gonna be 200. Okay, step two, I'm gonna take the answer from step one, which is the 200, and here is all dollar, divided by the original number, which is 1650. Okay, so it's gonna be 0.1212. Okay, this is the answer. The question asked me about what is the rate, so I have to convert it to percent. So it's gonna be multiplying by 100, so it's gonna be 12.12%. Okay, which is represent the decrease. Okay, so the fees was decreased by 12.12%. Okay, now question 6. The salary of Mr. Nasser is $2,100. He received a bonus amount and his salary rise to $2,400. What is the rate of percent increase? So the question here asks about increase. So I will pick the lowest number as my original number, sorry. So the lowest number is my original. So I'm gonna solve it by using the two steps. Okay, step one, I'm gonna subtract the two amounts. Okay, $300. Okay, step two, I'm gonna take the answer from step one, which is the 300, and divided by original number, which is I determined here, which is 2,100. Okay, so this is gonna be 0.1492. Now the question asks again about the rate, so I have to convert to percent. So I'm gonna multiply by 100, so it's gonna be 14.29%. So the increase amount in his salary, it was 14.29%. Okay. Now question 7. Ahmed rent a car for 4 days with $35 a day. Okay, he rent his car for 4 days. Each day he has to pay $35. Okay, plus 11 cents per mile. Ahmed drive 259 miles. How much does it cost? Now, first, we have to do here two steps. First, I have to calculate each day how much he should pay for the 4 days, and then how much he should pay for each mile he drives. Let's say here. So first, calculate the price for the 4 days of rent. Okay, so it's gonna be $35 per day times 4 days. It's gonna be 140. Okay, done with the first step. Then calculate the mile cost. Okay, so he drove 259 miles. I'm gonna multiply this by the price for each mile, which is 0.11. So it's gonna be 28.49 mile. Okay, after that, then the cost is, since here plus, so I'm gonna make a sum of the two costs. So it's gonna be 140 plus 28.49. So it's gonna be 168.49. Okay, so this is how much Ahmed should pay for the car. Okay, hopefully it's clear. I have also extra questions. So question 8, it said the new price of a TV after 15% discount is 680. What was the price per discount? So here I have the rate, I have one price, but I'm missing the price before the discount. Okay, so I have to calculate. Now, the question said it's decreased. Since it's decreased, so I'm gonna say the rate for the new TV, oh sorry, the new price, it's 100 minus 15, so it's gonna be 0.85. Okay, now it was before. If you I skip just one step, so then you have to convert it to decimal, so it's gonna be 0.85. Okay, this is for the new price. As I said, if it is decreased, then you have to subtract. Now, the rate for the original price is 100. Okay, so you have to convert it to decimal, it's gonna be 1. So here, since it's discount, my original price is the price before the discount, which is the largest number. And here we represented by x because it's the missing number. Now, I'm gonna say the 680 is represent 0.85. Okay, because it's the price after the discount. My x, which is the missing, is represent 1. Now, how we can solve it? As I said, do it like this. So it's gonna be 0.85x equal to 680. Okay, now I have to solve it as an equation. So I'm gonna divide it by 0.85 for both sides. So now my x is $800. So the price before the discount is $800, and the price after the discount is 680. Okay, my original number, as I said, is x. Since it's decreased, should be the largest number. Okay, done with that. Let's move to question 9. Now the question 9 said the annual insurance fee of my car this year is $400 after a rise, so here it's increasing, of 12%. What was the fee last year? Okay, so the fee last year is my original number, so here it's x. Okay, always the original number represent the x. Now let's say the rate for the fee, sorry, not the rate, the fees. Okay, so the fee, let me clear it. So the fee for the last year price is 100, is represent the 100, which is the rate. Okay, now this is when it's equal to 1. Now the rate for this year price is 100. Okay, since it's increased, I'm gonna add it the percentage, which is 12%. So it's gonna be 112%. Then you have to convert it to the decimal. It's gonna be 1.12. Okay, so first you have to find the rate for the fees last year and the rates for the fee this year because it's increasing. Now the 400 that I paid this year, okay, it represents the increasing, which is 1.12, as I said here. The last year fee, which is the missing, is represent 1. Okay, how we can solve it? We're gonna do it as Scissor method, as I said. So it's gonna be 1.12x equal to 400. Then I'm gonna divide it by x. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna divide it by the constant of x, which is 1.12 for both sided. Okay, so my x is gonna be 347.40. So this is the price last year. As I said, x always represent my original number. Here, it's increasing. Since it's increasing, the original number is the lowest. As I said, x here is the lowest number because 357.40 is less than 400. Okay, dollar. This is how we can solve it. It's confusing the first time, but by practicing it will be much easier. Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Today we're gonna talk about chapter 7, which is about discount in trade and cash. We're gonna cover some of these topics. We're gonna talk about trade discount, single and chain, include discussion of rate. On rate, we're gonna also talk about cash discount, credit terms, and partial payments. So from my experience, this chapter is the most interesting chapter for business student because it's the most related chapter to business major. Um, so we're gonna talk about this concept. Each each of these concepts has like some rules we have to follow. So we're gonna talk about each of one in details. But before we start, I would like to give you some concepts from this chapter. So first, I'm gonna talk about a trade discount. So the trade discount is a reduction of the original selling price. So if your original selling price, let's say, is 100, then I am the seller. I will give you a reduction, let's say 29. Okay, then you have to pay me the rest. So if I give you 29, then you're gonna pay me back um, 71. Okay, so that's what is mean by a trade discount. Cash discount is the result of an early payment based on the term of the sale. Okay, so I'm gonna offer you some conditions. If you pay me in the like in the area of this discount period, I'm gonna give you a cash discount. If not, then you have to pay me back the original amount. List price, the discount are of the manufacturer and wholesale. List price, sometimes we call it retail price. Now, the trade discount amount, okay, which is, as I said, it's the amount of discount that retailer receive of the list price. So it's this amount, okay. The trade discount rate, which is the percent. the percent of the list price that retailer can deduct. Okay, the net price is the price that the retailer pays the manufacturer or wholesaler. Okay, so the net price is the price that usually the retailer pays the manufacturer or wholesale after the reduction, after all of these. So this is the remaining price that I have to pay. Okay, so this is the invoice. So when you make a purchase, the retailer seller give you a purchase invoice. Okay, invoices are important business documents that help seller keep track of sale transaction and buyer keep track of purchase transaction. Now, if I ask you, for example, true or false, invoices are important because it's important business document because it's help buyer keep track of sale transaction. So you're gonna give me false because it helps the seller to keep track of sale transaction and buyer keep track of purchase transaction. So this is important concept. You have to memorize them in case if there's any question come up in the quiz. Okay. Now this is the original invoice. If you buy something, so it has the name of the seller and buyer. Okay, and there's a description and unit list price and the total amount. Okay, obviously it has invoice number, dated and ship and terms. Okay, as you see here, our term. We're gonna talk about this later. Also, we're gonna talk about the date, which is the important thing in the invoice. In description, as you see, the buyer by financial management, um, Pluck and Hurt, and by also introduction to business. They are all books. Okay, the each box has different price. As we say, the first one is the unit, which is the one. The price is $195. The second one is $180. Okay, here is the total quantity from each product, and to find the price, the total, you have to multiply the quantity by the unit price. So here it's gonna be times 50, and here's gonna time 10. So the total price for the first item is 9,750, and the second, the total price is 1,800. Okay, now the total list price, this is the list price, which is the total of all my items, the original total. Okay, here in this invoice it was $11,550. Okay, now I gave a trade discount. Let's say here in this example, I gave 25% off. Okay, now since we call this is a trade discount rate, which is 25%, so the amount of this discount is 2,887.50. So this is what we called the trade discount amount, and this what we called trade discount rate. Okay, now the net price, which is the price after the discount. Net price is the price after the discount. In this particular example is 8,662.50. Okay, now plus the prepaid shipping. This is the fry that we called it freight, which is the shipping, and total invoice amount. Okay, this is the total invoice amount after we added the shipping amount. So it's going to be 9,787.50. Now, obviously, I'm not asking to memorize each invoice, but we're going to have some example. If I give you like invoice date and our term, and I ask you to find how much the net price, how much the discount rate, the trade discount rate. So you have to solve this in terms of many formulas that we will have. So I'm just now showing the original invoice type. Okay, now let's move on. Now trade discount amount, we're going to talk about that, and net price. So for trade discount amount, we have a formula, which is an important formula in this chapter. It's called trade discount amount. Sometimes we will represent as a TDA, which is equal to list price, okay? List price multiplied by the trade discount rate, okay? For the trade discount rate, you have to convert it to decimal before you do the multiplication. Now, TDA is equal to list price multiplied by the trade discount. Now, let's see here from this invoice, what is the list price here that we have. So the list price that we have here is 11,550. Okay, this is our list price. I'm gonna multiply by the trade discount rate, which is 25. Okay, then I'm gonna have the TDA amount, which is 2,887.50. Okay, this is how we calculate this in our invoice by using this formula. Okay, now the second formula that we have to calculate it, which is called net price formula. As I said here, here's the net price. This is our net price. How we can calculate it? By using this formula. The formula said net price is equal to the list price minus the trade discount amount. Now, the list price that we have here is 11,550, and I'm gonna subtract the TDA, which is 2,887.50. Okay, after that, after I do the subtraction, it's gonna be 8,662.50. From where? I get this from using the net price formula. As you see here, the net price formula is the same amount that I found. So they calculate the net price in an invoice by using this formula. Now I have another formula for net price formula. Now the other formula it uses complement. What is complement? It's, for example, if here in terms of percent, as I said, 100 is represent the whole, the percent for the whole. So it's 100. To find a complement, for example, of 25, okay, then I'm gonna subtract 25 from 100, so it's gonna be 75%. So the complement of 25 is 75. Always subtract from 100. Now to find the complement, subtract a single discount rate from 100. So I'm gonna take the rate, subtract it from 100 to find the complement. Okay, and then multiply the list price times the complement. So for the second formula or the other formula for the net price, so it's going to be like this. As you see here, it's net price equal to list price times complement of the rate. Okay, what's the rate that I mean? The single discount rate, which is here. Okay, now back to our invoice. The list price was 11,550, and the complement of the rate that I have is 25. Okay, the complement of 25, I'm gonna subtract from 100, so it's gonna be 75%. Okay, then I have to convert it to decimal. It's gonna be 0.75. Okay, so I'm gonna multiply by 0.5, so it's gonna be 8,662.50. Okay, this is my net price. So I can calculate net price by each of these formula. This is my first formula, and this is my second formula for net price. Okay, now Let's see this example. Now, the price of Macintosh computer is $2,700. The manufacturer offer 40% of trade discount. What are the trade discount amount, which is the TDA, and the net price? Okay, so I have my rates here, which is a single rate. This is called single rate. I have 40, which is my rate. And I have the 2,700, which is here it's my list price. Okay, so first I'm gonna convert the percent to decimal. So 40%, it's gonna be to decimal, it's gonna be 0.4. Okay, and then I'm gonna find the TDA from my formula. It's list price times trade discount rate. Okay, now the list price here that I have, which is 2,700, and the trade discount rate that I have is 0.4, so it's going to be 1,080. Okay, so this is my TDA. Then from the first requirement, the second requirement is to find a net price. Okay, for net price, the formula that I have is list price minus the TDA. So my list price here is 2,700 minus the TDA, which is 1,080. So it's gonna be 1,620. Okay, so the net price is this amount. Can I use the second formula to find the net price? Yes, we can. This is the first formula. Okay, second formula for net price, I can use it here, which is the list price here, or you don't have to do both. Okay, list price multiplied by the complement of rate. Now, list price that I have, which is $2,700. Okay, now the complement of rate, my rate that I have, which is 40%. Now the complement for the 40%, I'm gonna subtract from 100. So it's gonna be, sorry, here it's subtract the 40 from 100. So it's gonna be 60%. Now I have to convert 60% to decimal by dividing on 100. So it's gonna be 60. Okay, it's gonna be 60 here. Now after that, I'm gonna take this complement and multiply by the list price. So it's gonna be exactly the same, 1,620. Okay, so you have choices here to use either this formula or this formula to find the net price. Okay, now I have another formula. What if I know the net price and the TDA, and the trade discount rate? If I have these two, okay, I can calculate the list price. Usually you will give me the list price in the question, but sometimes they will ask you about the list price and giving you the net price and the discount rate. Okay, so in this situation, you will use list price formula. What is the list price formula? It's you will take the list price divided on the complement on the complement of trade discount rate. Okay, so usually you will give the list price and the trade discount rate. First, you will have to find the complement and then substitute in the list price formula. Let's see this example. So from this example, Macintosh Apple has a $1,600 dollar net price. So you are giving the net price, okay, and a 40 trade discount, okay, you are giving the rate, and the question asks you what is the list price. So in this situation, okay, you will use the list price formula, but first you have to do the complement. So first I'm gonna say the complement, okay, I'm gonna take 100 minus 40, which is given the question, it represents the trade discount rate, so it's gonna be 60%. Now I have to convert 60 to decimal, so it's gonna be 0.6. Okay, now I have the complement and I have a list price, so I'm gonna use list price formula. So list price is the net price, which is given from the question, 1,620 divided on the complement, which is 0.60. Then it's gonna be 2,700. So this is my list price. Okay, as I said, if you're getting the net price and the discount rate, you can find the list price from this formula. Okay, now let's move on. I'm gonna talk about a chain discount. Okay, chain discount. So in the previous year, okay, about the TDA, it's about single discount. Okay, TDA is a single discount. Sometimes the seller give this discount to buyer, but other can give a chain discount, which is a series of discount. Okay, sometimes two or three or more. Okay, so chain discount are trade discount in series of two or more successive discount. Now, how we can calculate this discount? We have three steps. First, you have to subtract each chain discount rate from 100. Okay, so first step, you have to do the subtract. In other term, it's mean exactly to find the complement. Okay, and then convert each percent to decimal. Okay, second step, you will take these decimals and multiply all of them. Now, if you multiply this decimal, okay, you will have a net price equivalent rate. This is another concept we're gonna learn about this. So net price equivalent rate, you'll find it by multiply all the decimal. So if you multiply the decimal, then you will have the net price equivalent rate. After you're done with that, you will take the net price equivalent rate and multiply that with the list price, and then you will find the net price. Uh, you will find the net price after you're done with that. How we can do that? Let's see that in example. This is our first example. The example, it said the price of office equipment is $16,000 with a chain discount of 10, 50, 15, sorry, and 10. What is the net price? How many discount that's given from the seller? 3 discounts. The first discount is 10, the second discount is 15, and the third discount also 10. How we can calculate that? Okay, as I said, step 1, find the complement. So I'm gonna, from step 1, find the rate complement. Okay, let's start. So I'm gonna say 100 minus 10%. Okay, it's gonna be 90%, and then convert each one to decimal, so it's gonna be 0.90. Okay, this is the first one. Second one, 100 minus 15%, so it's gonna be 85%, so it's gonna be 0.85. Last one, 100 minus 10%. It's equal to 90%. And then converted to this decimal is going to be 0. Okay, this is step 1. We follow the steps here. Okay, now second step. Okay, multiply all the decimal. These are the decimal. So we're gonna find the net price equivalent rate. How? We're gonna multiply all the complements. So multiply 0, 85 multiply 90. Okay, then it's gonna be 0.6885 after them with multiplication. Okay, we call this net price equivalent rate. Okay, now for example, from here, if I ask you to find the net price equivalent rate and I give you a chain discount, so we're gonna just find the complement and multiply all the decimal, then you will have the net price equivalent rate. Now, step 3, okay, we're gonna find the net price, which is the requirement from the question. How? We're gonna take the net price equivalent rate and multiply that by the list price. So the list price here, okay, let's say the list price here is 16,000 times the net price equivalent rate, which is 0.6885. This is gonna be 11,060. Okay, so now the net price here is 11,060, and we calculate that by 3 steps. First, we complement. Second, we multiply all the complement, and step 3, we took the multiplication, the complement multiplication, and then multiply that by the list price. Okay, always try to memorize the steps before you answer. Okay, now another example. Calculate the net price with a chain discount. Okay, now the price of office equipment is 15,000 with a chain discount of 20, 50, 10. What is the net price and the trade discount amount? Okay, so first we're gonna find step 1. We're gonna find the complement. Okay, so 100 minus 20, it's gonna be 80, and then converted to decimal, it's gonna be 80. Second one, minus 15, it's gonna be 85. So converted to the decimal, it's gonna be 0.85. And last one, minus 10, so it's gonna be 90%. Then converted to the decimal, it's gonna be 0.90. After that, step 2, find the net price equivalent rate. We're gonna multiply these, so it's gonna be 80 times 0.85 times 0.90. After you multiply all of these, your answer is gonna be 0.612. Okay, this is step 2. Step 3, you will find net price. So the net price, as we learned, is the net price equivalent rate, okay, multiplying by the list price, which is here 50,000. Okay, now if you multiply this, you will get your answer here 9,180. So the net price is equal to 9,108. So that is the first requirement. How I can find the trade discount amount in this question? So to find the trade discount amount, you're gonna use the net price formula. Change the color. Let's say, what is the net price formula? Net price is equal to list price minus TDA. Okay, now TDA here is missing. I have net price and I have the list price. Now the list price that I have is 9,180, and the list price from the question, which is 15,000, and I'm missing the TDA. Now it's become as an equation. Then solve it as an equation. So TDA is equal to 15,000 minus 9,180. So it's going to be 5,820. So how much the TDA, which is the discount trade amount, the trade discount amount is 5,820. Okay. We have another formula. We have also our the first formula for the TDA, but it's easy to use net price because since we have the net price and list price, I can substitute to find the TDA from this equation or from this formula. Okay, hope it's clear. If there any question, just reach me, and then I'm gonna explain in detail. Okay. Now, let's talk about the cash discount. So, what is the cash discount? Now, cash discount is our buyer sometimes can often benefit from this buying on credit. Okay, before we talk about cash discount, I'm gonna talk a little bit about the credit period. So, the credit period is the time period that seller give buyer to pay their invoice. I am a seller, okay, and let's say you are the buyer. We have an invoice, okay, and then I will give you a time period to pay me this invoice, okay. So uh, frequently buyer can sell the good during this period, which is we call it credit period. Then at the end of credit period, buyer can pay the seller with the funds from the sale of goods. Okay, after the buyer sell their goods and they have a funds or money, then they can buy the seller from this money. Okay, so when the buyer do that, they can use the customer money to pay the invoice instead of their money. Okay, so basically the idea is instead of I buying you from my money, I ask you to give me a credit period. Then during this credit period, I can sell the items, have money, and then give you the money back. Okay, from selling these goods. Now, this scenario it's always common in business or in trade. So seller also from credit period also they can offer cash discount. So if I give you, let's say, 30-day payment period, okay, I can give you during this 30 days a cash discount period. For example, I will give you, if you pay me back during the first 10 days of the credit period, and then I will give you discount. If not, then you will have to pay me back the whole invoice amount. What does that mean? Okay, now I am a seller. I give you 30 days to pay me back. Let's say our invoice was $400. Okay. Then it started from, let's say, from June 5th. I give you 30 days. So the credit period starts from June 5th up to July 4th. Okay, now this is the credit period. This is called credit period. Now, I am a seller. I offer to you a cash discount. What does that mean? The cash discount, let's say I will give you 10 days of cash discount if you pay me between June 5th to, let's say, June 15th. So I'm giving 10 days. If you pay me during this time, okay, I'm gonna give you a discount. If not, you have to pay me back up to July 4th the whole amount of the invoice, okay, which is the 400. This is the basic idea about the cash discount period. Cash discount period is between the credit period, okay? So now, a seller can also offer a cash discount or reduction from invoice price if buyer pay the invoice within specific time. This time, time period is called discount period, which is a part of total credit period. Please pay attention to this sentence. The discount period is a part of total credit period. Okay, it cannot be outside of this credit period. If you have credit period between July 15, let's say, to August 14, then your discount period is between these dates. It cannot be for July. It cannot be before July 15 or after August 14. It should be between your credit period. Okay. Now, I have two important things to know to tell you about it. Now, remember, buyer do not take cash discount on freight, return goods, sales tax, and trade discount. So this is important. No cash discount on freight. So if I give you an invoice and I ask you how much is the discount here, you have first to take off the freight charge. The freight charge, you have to take it off before you calculate the discount. This is important. Also, buyer take cash discount on the net price of the invoice. So calculate your net price first and then take cash discount. Okay? Let's see this an example here. Before the example, I'm going to explain that in detail. So cash discount is for promoted payments. It's not taken, as I said, it's not taken in freight, return goods, sell tax, or trade discount. Okay, we have common credit term offered by seller or sellers. Okay, there is like common method seller use. We have first one is ordinary dating method. Okay, second one is receipt of goods. Third method, which is called end of the month. Okay, we're gonna talk about each one in detail and give example to explain the difference between each of one. Okay, first we're gonna start with the ordinary dating method. Basically, the ordinary dating method, I will start to count my days at the invoice date. So if the invoice date, for example, in June 5th, I have to start to count my discounts or credits period starting from the invoice date. This is the rule for ordinary dating method. Okay, let's say today business frequently use ordinary dating method. Okay, so it's give the buyer a cash discount period that began with the invoice date. So this is important, okay, to identify. So the cash discount period, okay, begins with the invoice date. This is an ordinary dating method. You have to be careful. The credit terms of two common ordinary dating methods are,
like this: 2, 10, net 30. Okay, what's the meaning for that? Now, 2, it's the discount rate. It represents always 2%. So 2% in 10 days, or net price in 30 days. Okay, this is how we call this term, how we can verbalize. So N, which is 2%, I'm the seller, I will give you 2% off if you pay me in 10 days starting from the invoice date, or you have to pay me the whole amount um, up to 30 days from the invoice date. Okay, or I'm gonna work in here starting to count the day from the invoice date, because this is different than the other method. Okay, you have to start to count from the invoice date. Okay, so let's say here. Now, how we can count here? Remember, if you use a calendar month, you would say sometime sometime months it has like 30 days, other months has 31, um, and February sometime is 28 or 29. So you have to be careful when you start to count your day, because if you face a month less than 30 days, okay, you have to count that. Let's say here, for example, if I said the invoice, our invoice date is in 26. Okay, for example, I give you, um, let's say I give you a discount period in 10 days from our invoice date. If I ask you what is the end of discount period, you will start to count 10 days. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so the discount period starts from 26th February and ended in March 8th. Okay, so the discount period starts from 26th February, ended in March 8th. I always recommend to refer to the calendar. Okay, now uh, sellers usually get the credit for 30, 60, or 90 days. Not all months of the year have 30 days. So you must count the credit days from the date of invoice. The trick is to remember the numbers of days in each month. For example, June is always 30 days. July is always 31. August 31. So you have to memorize each month how many days it has. Okay, let's say here, if my invoice it started on, let's say, November 11th. Okay, this is the invoice date. I'm giving you 10 days, okay, to as a discount period. I'm gonna start to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so discount is started in November 11th, ended to November 21. Just be careful to pick the days. Okay, do not do not exceed the number of days in the month, especially February and let's say other month, November, for example. So just be careful here. Now, for the quizzes, um, if it's giving you like number in the like middle of the month, just edit the number of the discount day that you have. For example, if I said the invoice date is in June 5th, edit 10 days, which is discount days, so it's going to be 15. But if it's like confusing, like 29, 28, refer to the calendar. I always recommend go to the calendar, count the days before you decided which day is the end of the credit period. Okay, let's see this an example. So here the first example about cash discount. The invoice date here is $400. Okay, the invoice date was July 5th. We have a term which is 2, 10, net 30. The invoice was paid in July 11th. Okay, so let's start to see the invoice. It's in July 5th. This is my July 5th. Okay, now our term is 2% off if you pay me in 10 days. So the 10 days after the 5th, it will end it at July 15th. Okay, now, or the whole amount at after the 30 days. Okay, 30 days, it will be ended in August 4. If you count from here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on, you will find your 30 day, it will be August 4. So the invoice date started of July 5th, okay, like this. It will be ended in the credit period will be end in August 4. Okay, this is to start. Now, as I said, you have 10 days for cash discount. 10 days after July 5th, it's gonna be July 15th. So during this period, you will receive a cash discount. Okay, after this period, no discount. Okay, from July 15 to August 4, there is no discount. Now, as the question said, the buyer paid the invoice in July 11th. Where is July 11th? So July 11th, it's here, something here, okay, which is mean during the cash discount period. So here the question, does the buyer deserve a discount? Yes, because it's paid on during the cash discount period. Okay, remember our cash discount period is between July 5th and July 15th. Okay, so yes, okay, yes, the buyer deserves a discount, which is by our term 2%. Okay, so first we're gonna calculate the 2%, how much. Our invoice is $400. So I'm gonna convert this to decimal. Okay, now 0.02 multiplied by the invoice amount, which is $400. So it's gonna be $8. So this is how much 2% of the invoice is $8. Okay, now what is the net price? Okay, net price formula, as I said, is list price minus TDA. So this amount is the TDA. Okay, now list price from the question is 400. The TDA we found $8. Then the buyer should pay back $392. Okay, that's the idea here. We're still using the net price and TDA formula, but in terms of cash discount period. Okay, hopefully it's clear. If not, there's another example to see. Now, what's happened if the buyer didn't pay in the cash discount period? Let's say the buyer paid, for example, July 20. How much the buyer should pay back? The original amount, which is $400. You don't have to count, just the original amount, which is $400. Let's say another example. For example, here, okay, I'm giving another example, but in the end of the chapter, there is many questions for review. We're gonna go through all of them. Okay. Now, the other method is called recipe of good. We represent that as a ROG method. ROG method, Okay, basically it's me, will start to count the cash discount period when the buyer receives the good. Okay, so the time the buyer receives the goods, I'm gonna start to count the cash discount period. What does that mean? Let's say our invoice or our agreement, it was on let's say March 2. Okay, and then this is our invoice date, and the buyer received the goods on April, for example, April 10. Since the buyer received his good, then I'm gonna start to count my kids period during this time. Okay, remember in ROG we will start to count after the buyer received the goods. Okay, now it's not invoice date. Industry often use ROG terms when buyer cannot expect delivery until a long time after they place the order. So this is a type of method some seller and some let's say some factories or industry use it. Okay, because there's no time, no specific time that the buyer will receive the good. So they use this method just to ensure the buyer will receive his good before they start to count the cash discount period and all this stuff. Okay, let's say in this example. Now, the invoice, the invoice amount is $900. They dated that in May 9. Okay, and the buyer received the good on July 8, which is month after. Okay, 2 months after, sorry. And then when they make the agreement, the terms was 3% in 10 days, next in 30. We use ROG method, and the buyer pay back in July 20. Our job now to see if the buyer deserve a discount or not. Let's say. So first, the invoice date, it was on May 9. Okay, since it's ROG, we don't have to look to the invoice date. We're gonna start to count from July 8, which is the time when the buyer received the goods. So let's say on July 8, where is the July 8? It's here. Okay, so our term, it was 3% in 10 days. So the 10 days after July 8, it's gonna be ended in July 18. Okay, as you see here, the date when goods arrive is July 8, and the end of the discount period is in July 18. Now, what is the end of credit period? It by our term is in 30 days. The 30 day after July 8 is gonna be August 7. If you count 30 days, you will end it in August 7. So this is the end of credit period, as you see here. Okay, now between July 8 and July 18, this is 10 days, which is the discount period. The buyer will receive 3% off if he pay me during this time. Now, the question said the buyer paid on July 20, which is here. Okay, this is July 20, which is after the discount period. Now, when we see that, we will say there is no discount given because the buyer paid after the discount period. Then no discount given, and the buyer should pay the original amount, which is $900 before the end of credit period, which is in August 7. Okay, get the idea here? Because he didn't pay on the discount period, so then no discount given, and the buyer should pay $900 before the end of credit period. So this is the basic idea. Now, last method we're gonna talk about, which is end of the month. We call this EOM. Okay, So in this method, we have two scenarios. So uh, first scenario, if the invoice dated 25th or earlier on the month, which means could be 10, 20, 21, one of the first month. So it could be any day before 25. Okay, so if the invoice dated 25 or before, then we're gonna follow this scenario. If the seller date in the invoice in the 25th or earlier in the month, buyer can take the cash discount if they pay the invoice by the first 10 days of the month. Okay, now let's say our term is 2, 10, okay, and N 30. We will use the method EOM, and our invoice it was in June. Let's say June 10. Okay, now for this scenario, and I said I use EOM method, I'm gonna say the invoice it was in June. Then I'm gonna start to count from the following month. The following month of June is July. So my discount period starts from July 1st to July 10. This is basic on this term. Okay, and then it's gonna be ended in July 30. This is the credit period. Now from here to here, this is discount, and here no discount. Okay. Now, if buyer missed the discount period, the full amount is due within 20 days after the end of the discount period, which is here. So this is the basic idea. You have to start to count your discount period from the first of the following month. Okay, this is if the invoice dated was 25th of the month or before. Now, what if the invoice is after 25th of the month, like this one? So if it is after, you have to buyer gain an additional month, and then the discount period start the month following the extra month. So if my invoice on May, okay, 29, the month after May is June. So I'm gonna give this month for free, then start to count from July. So I'm gonna skip month and then start from the month following the month that I skipped. So I'm gonna start from July 1st and then start like July 10 and then July 3rd. This is if I have this term, for example. Okay, so the idea here, if the invoice dated after 25th of the month, you have to give an extra month, okay, and then start to count the month following the extra month that you're giving. So this is the idea. Let's say this an example. Or physically, let's say this is an example. This is end of the month. Now, the invoice is $600. It was on July 6th. Okay. The term it was 1% if you pay me in 10 days. EOM. If you see EOM, you have to follow the end of the month rule. The buyer paid on August 10th. First, the invoice is in July 6th, which is before 25. Then here is my invoice date. Then I will start to count from the following month, which is August. Here I'm not giving additional month because the invoice date it was before 25th. So there is no extra month. I'm gonna start directly from the month following. So it's gonna be August 1st. Okay. So now it said my discount period is to start from August 1st. Here I'm giving 10 days, which will be ended in August 10. So here is discount period. Now, after the 20 days, which is ended of the discount, ended of the credit period, it's going to be ended in August 30. Okay, this is the rule. Now, when I look, I see the buyer paid on August 10. Where is August 10? here, which is the end of the discount period. So yes, the buyer deserves a discount. Okay, the buyer deserves a discount here because he paid back on in the end of the discount period. Okay, so first the buyer deserves a discount. Now we have to calculate the 1% discount. So 1%. We have to convert it to decimal, so it's gonna be 0.01. Okay, now 0.01, you're gonna multiply that by the list price that you have, which is 600. So it's gonna be $6. Okay, this is to find the TDA. As I said, TDA is the list price multiplied by the rate. We found that. Now net price, it's equal to the list price, which is 600, minus the TDA, which is $6. So it's gonna be $594. So the net price is by this. Can I use the second formula for net price? Yes, I can. I will find the complement for the percent. So let's say here the complement 100 minus 100%. So it's gonna be 99%. Then converted to decimal, it's gonna be 0.99. Now the other formula for net price, it's list price times complement. Okay, so the list price that I have, which is 600, times the complement, which is 0.99, so it's going to be 494. So which way it's easier for you, just do it. I went through all of them to explain there is many ways to find the net price. Okay, hopefully it's clear. Let's say another example. Now, if it is end of the month, okay, but after 25, let's say here the example, our invoice, it was $800, which is dated on April 29, which is after 25. Our term was 2% in 10 days, AOM, which is end of the month rule. The buyer paid on June 18. So the question, does the buyer deserve a discount? And if yes, how much, let's say. Now, the date of invoice, April 29, which is after 20 months. So then I will give an extra month for free. So I'm gonna skip month, which is May, and then start from June. So skip a month in 25th, and 20 after the 25th, skip a month. I skip here May and start to count from June. Now 1st of June, since I have 10 days, so 1st of June until to June 10th, this is my discount period. Okay, and then on June 30, it will be the end date of the credit. This is my credit period. Okay, now the buyer paid the invoice in June 18, which is here June 18, which is in after the discount period. So no discount, because he didn't pay me on the discount period. So no discount giving, and the buyer should pay all the amount of the invoice, which is $800. Okay, now as I said, after the 25th, skip a month. The invoice on April, skip May and start from June. Okay, This is the rule. You always have to skip a month and then start from the following month. This is in after 25th. If it is before 25th and you're on voice, for example, on May, okay? If it is on May, then start following on June. This is the rule, okay? Now, last topic we will talk about it here is called um, partial payment. Okay, so for the partial payment, um, we'll first calculate it, how much is the partial payment and how much is the outstanding balance. So what's the idea about partial payment? Let's say I am a seller. Okay, we have an invoice amount $300. Okay, and I give a discount period, but the buyer didn't pay the whole amount during the discount period. He only paid a partial payment. For partial payment, the buyer deserves a discount. Okay, so I am gonna count how much is this discount and then how much is the outstanding balance. So this is the idea. Now we have three steps. So step one, we're gonna calculate the complement of discount rate. Okay, so if I have a discount rate, let's say 20, I'm gonna count the complement by subtract from 100 as we learned before. Step two, I'm gonna divide the partial payment, which will be given from the question, by the complement of discount rate. And this will give us the amount credit. Okay, now lastly, for outstanding balance, we're gonna subtract step two from total earned, and this will be outstanding balance. So this is the steps you have to do it when we ask you about the partial payment. Let's say, in this example, Molly McGrady owes $400. Okay, Molly's term were 2% in 10 days, net in 30 days. Within 10 days, Molly sent in a partial payment of $80. The question asks how much is her new balance. Okay, now as I said, the question will ask you about how much the new balance, which is the outstanding balance, but you have to do all the three steps. So first step, you have to find the complement. Our rate here, it was 2%, which is a discount given. So I'm gonna set 100 minus 2, it's gonna be 98%, and then you have to conform it to decimal. This is step one. Step two, divide the partial payment by the complement. So the partial payment from the question, it was 80. Sorry, 80. So $80 divided by the complement. So it's gonna be $81.63. Now this is the amount credited. Okay. Step three, we're gonna subtract the amount credited from the total earned. So the total earned from the question is 400. So we're gonna subtract the amount credited, and then you will find the outstanding balance. So the balance remaining for after the partial payment, it was 318.37. So this balance is the outstanding balance, and it should be paid before the end of the credit period. So this is the basically idea about the partial payment. I know in this chapter there is many rules and many steps you have to follow, but by practicing it will be much easier. So now we're done from all the rules, all the methods. I'm gonna start to give you an examples for each of one, how to apply your knowledge in this example, and then by like when you reach the end of this chapter, I'm gonna give you some reviews. We're gonna take an extra practice. This will help you to pass the quiz, inshallah. Okay. So let's say this is first example. Now the example, it's about the ordinally dating method. Okay. So the amount of invoice charge, it was $4,570. There is a freight charge, which is 210. The date of invoice, it was in October 5th. Our term, it was 2 in 50, net in 30. The date of payment, it was in October 10. The question asked to find the cash discount amount and the net price. Okay, now the cash discount amount, we have its formula, which is the net price, sorry, the list price multiplying by the rate. You have to memorize this formula. Now, before we start, can we give a cash discount on a freight charge? It's possible. Remember, as I said, there's no cash discount in a freight. So we're gonna subtract this amount from the amount of the invoice. So no cash discount on freight. Then we're gonna take the amount of the invoice, 4,570 minus 210. So it's gonna be 4,360. Okay. Now, after we're done with this step, we have to check if the payment received during the cash discount period. As I said, the date of payment is October 15. Now, date of our invoice, it was in October 5th. Okay, by our term, the buyer has 15 days. So the 15 days is going to be ended on October 20. Okay, now, and our credit, it will be ended on November 4th. Okay, now let's say where's the date of payment is in October 15. Now October 15, it's here, which is during the discount period. So the payment was received in the discount period. Now, the discount by our term is 2%. You have to convert it to decimal, so it's going to be 0.02. Now, cash discount amount, which is the TDA, okay, it's going to be the list price multiplied by the trade discount rate. So the list price that I have here is 4,360 multiplied by 0.02, okay, which is going to be 87.2. So this is my TDA. So the TDA I found is 87.2. Done with that, now I have to calculate the net price that's paid. So the net price from the first formula, it's list price minus the TDA. Okay, the list price that we have for 4,360 minus the TDA, which is 87.2, and then you have to edit the freight charge. Remember, the net price is the final price that you have to pay, so you have to edit the freight charge here. So it's going to be 4,482.8. Okay, so this is the net price. Don't forget to edit the freight charge in net price, but do not edit it to TDA because TDA it represented the cash discount, and by the rule, there is no cash discount given on the freight charge. But for net price, you have to give the whole amount, which is you have to edit the freight charge. Okay, so now the net price is 4,482.8. Hopefully it's clear. I know it's confusing, but as I said, in TDA, you have to subtract the freight charge. But in net price, you have to give the final amount that you have to pay, including the freight charge. Okay? Now, another example, it's about an Apple iPad. So the list price for Apple iPad is $799. There is a chain discount on this iPad, which is 3.1. The question asks to find the net price equivalent rate in decimal and the single equivalent discount rate in decimal also. The question asks about the trade discount amount and the net price. So from these information, we can find all of these. So let's start. First, we're gonna find the complement. So 100 minus 3%, it's gonna be 97%. So after you convert it to decimal, it's gonna be 0.97. Now the second discount is also I have to find the complement, which is 1. So 100% minus 1%, it's gonna be 99%, and then converted to decimal, it's gonna be 0.99. Okay, now this is a complement. Second step, I have to find the net price equivalent rate from back to a chain discount. If you wanted to find the net price equivalent rate, you only thing that you have to do is just multiply the decimal. So it's gonna be 0.97 multiplied by 0.99. Sorry, 99. So it's gonna be 0.9603. Okay, so this is my net price equivalent rate. So it's gonna be 0.9603. Okay, done with the first requirement. Okay, second requirement is to find the single equivalent discount rate. How we can find that? We're gonna take a complement for the net price equivalent rate. This is the rule. Just take the complement of this one. So to find the single, now find single equivalent rate. Do the complement, which is 1. The complement for decimal is 1 minus 0.9603. So it's going to be 0.0397. Okay, this is how to find the single equivalent rate. So here it's going to be 0.0397. Okay, done with the second requirement. The third is to find the TDA. Now, to find the TDA, okay, TDA is list price times the trade discount rate, to the single discount rate. What is the list price from the question? Is 799. What is the single discount rate? We found it here, which is 0.0397. Okay, after you multiply, it's gonna be 31.72. 31.72. This is the amount of TDA. Okay, now done with the third requirement, which is 31.72. Now, how much is the net price? This is the remaining last thing. It's gonna be from the formula list price minus TDA. What is the list price from the question? It's 799 minus the TDA, which is 31.72. Okay, so it's gonna be 767.28. So it's gonna be 767.28. Okay, can we find the net price using the second formula? Yes, we can, because I have the net price equivalent rate here. Okay, since I have it, I can multiply the net price equivalent rate by the list price, then I can find the net price. This is another method. You can try it. It will give you the same answer as this one. Okay, hopefully it's clear. Now, let's move to another example. Here, it's also a problem from your book. Okay, now, this is the item, and this is the list price, which is $3,000. It has a chain discount 9 and 4. The question asks to find the net price and the TDA. Now, since it's chain discount, first, since it is chain discount, sorry. Yes, since it's chain, first I have to find the complement. So the complement here, $100. So 100% minus 9% is gonna be 91%, and then converted to decimal, it's gonna be 0.91. Now 100% minus the other percent, which is 4%, so it's gonna be 96%, and then converted to decimal, it's gonna be 0.96. Okay, now I have to find the net price equivalent rate. So net price equivalent rate. Why I have to find this? Because from this I can find the net price. Okay, so this one I'm gonna only multiply the decimals, so it's gonna be 0.91 times 0.96, so it's gonna be 0.8736. Okay, now from this I can find the net price. The net price, okay, the net price is equal to the net price equivalent rate, which is this one, times the list price. So the list price here is $300 multiplied by the net price equivalent rate, which is 0.8736, and then this is going to be 2,620.8. Okay, we found this by using the net price equivalent rate. So I'm done from the first requirement, which is the net price. It's 2,620.8. Okay, now can we find the TDA using the net price? Yes, we can, from the net price formula. What is the net price formula? The first one, it's equal to list price minus TDA. Okay, I have the net price, I have the list price, but I'm missing the TDA. So I'm gonna substitute the net price that I have, which is 2,620.8. The list price from the question is 3,000 minus the TDA that I'm missing. Now it's become an equation. Then I have to solve it. So TDA is equal to 3000 minus 2620.8. So TDA is equal to 397.2. Okay, so the TDA that we found is 397.2. Okay, now is there another method to find the TDA and net price? Yes, there is. If you follow the procedure here in the problem 7.1, if you find the same steps, you will have another way to find TDA and net price. Okay, I'm leaving this to you to just try to solve it by yourself. You will see you will reach up to the same answer. Okay, now problem 7.15, it's also from your book. Now, the gross amount of invoice, which is the freight and charge already included, it's 7,000. The freight charge was 100, and the date of invoice in April 8th. Term of invoice, I will give 2% if you pay me in 10 days, and you have to pay me net price in 60 days. Date of payment, April 15. The question asks about cash discount and net price. So first of all, I'm gonna check if the buyer deserves discount or not. So the date of invoice, it was on April 8th. Okay, by our term, the buyer should pay me back in discount period, which will be end in April. I have 10 days, April 18th. Okay, and then I have 60 days after the discount period. Now, the date of payment, it was in April 15, which is before the end of discount period. So yes, okay, the payment was received in the discount period. Now, I'm gonna say the payment was received in the discount period. Now, can we give a cash discount in freight? No. So I have to subtract the amount of freight charge from the invoice. So no cash discount on freight charge. So I'm gonna say 7,000 minus 100. So it's gonna be 6,900. Okay. Now I'm gonna calculate the discount since the buyer paid before the end of discount period. So the buyer deserves a discount. So I'm gonna count that. So the discount by our term is 2%. I'm gonna convert that to decimal, so it's gonna be 0.02. Okay, now I'm gonna count the TTA, which is the trade discount amount. So it's gonna be list price times the trade discount rate. Okay, now the list price, okay, it's 6,900 times the TDA, which is sorry, the rate, which is 0.02. So it's gonna be 138. Okay, so this is my TDA. Okay, now I need to find the net price. I'm gonna use the first formula for the net price. So it's gonna be 6,900 minus 138 plus the freight charge. What is the freight charge? Is 100. Okay, remember the net price, you have to give me the final amount, including the freight charge. But for discount, there's no discount in the freight charge. So this is separately. Don't miss to add with this. Okay, so it's gonna be 6,862. So the net price here is 6,862. Okay, hopefully it's clear. If you have any questions, just reach me anytime. Okay. Now, this is an example of a partial payment. Let's say, so the gross amount of invoice is 700. Our term is 2% in 10 days, net in 60 days. Date of invoice, it was on May 6th. Actual partial up payment made $400, and the date of partial payment is in May 15th. So I'm gonna check, okay, if it's the partial payment during the discount period or not. So now the invoice date, it was on May 6th. I'm giving 10 days, so the discount period will be in May 16th. The date of partial, it was on May 15, which is before the end of discount period. So the partial payment deserves discount. Okay, so now from the partial steps, first I'm gonna find the complement of discount rate. Okay, now the discount rate here is 2, so the complement from 100% minus 2% is gonna be 98%. Converted to decimal is gonna be 0.98. Okay, step 2, divided the partial payment, which is the 400. This is the partial payment, divided by the complement, which is 0.89. So it's gonna be 408.16. Okay, this is the amount credited. Okay, so the amount credited, we found it here. It's 408.16. Now, to find out outstanding balance, you have to subtract step 2 from the original amount. So it's going to be 700 minus 408.16. So it's going to be 291.84. Okay, so the outstanding balance is 291.84. Okay, so this is the type of question that you will have in the quiz, like this, and you have to determine which method you have to use. Okay, so just try to be careful. It's not too hard, but if you miss something, then your calculation will be wrong. That's the tricky part. Okay, now done with chapter 7. This is some review of chapter 7. I try to include many exercises here to know the idea how the quizzes will become. Okay, so let's start from question 1. So the question 1 said, the price of washing machine was decreased by 15% trade discount, giving that its list price is $1,050. Okay, so the question asks, what is the trade discount amount? The question asks about the TDA. Now, how we can find the TDA from the original formula? So to answer A, TDA is equal to list price times the rate. Okay, you have to convert the right to decimal, so it's gonna be okay. So now this price from the question is 1050 times 0.15, so it's gonna be 157.5. Okay, done with A. B is asking about the net price of washing machine. Net price formula is equal to list price minus TDA. So the list price that I have, which is 1050, 1050 minus 157.5. Okay, this is the TDA. So it's going to be 829.5. So this is the amount should be paid in the end. Okay, hopefully it's clear. Now let's see question 2. Question 2 is said the rent of a shop at the mall is $1,450. The owner raised the rent by 18%. Okay, this is the rate. Okay, and this is list price. Now, the question asks what is the amount of rise, which is the TDA. So the A is going to be TDA equal to list price, okay, times the rate. So the rate you have to convert it to decimal. It's going to be 0.80. So the list price that I have 1,450 times 0.18, so it's going to be 261. Okay, this is for TDA. So B, what is the rent after the rise, which is asking about the net price. Okay, net price. So net price is equal to, sorry, it's not the net price. Now B, it's asking about what is the rent after rise. So we're gonna take this amount and add it to the original price. Okay, so it's gonna be 1,415 plus 261. It's gonna be 1,711. Okay, what I did here, I just took the TDA that I found and added it to original price because it's a rise here. It's increasing. Okay, hopefully it's clear. Let's say another example. Okay, so here we did exactly the same this question. So I will leave this to you to practice. But in the slide, all the answer is there. But I wanted to do it before you look to the slide, just to practice. Okay, try to do it before looking to the slide. It's exactly the same. That's the one we did. Now, question 4. An invoice of 800 dated March 7, term 2% in 10 days, net in 30 days, paid on 12th of March. Okay, so find the cash discount and B, find the net amount paid. First, let's say if the payment received in the discount period or not. Let's say the invoice date was in March 7th. This is March 7th. By our term, it's given 10 days to pay in discount. So 10 days, which is mean 17. This is my discount period. Started from March 7 up to March 17. This is discount period. Now, the invoice was paid on March 12, which is before the end of discount period. So yes, the payment. So the solution for A, the payment was received in the discount period. So let's say how we can calculate. So discount by our term is 2%. Converted to decimal, it's going to be 0.02. So my TDA is list price times the rate. So it's going to be 800 times 0.02. So it's going to be 16. So the TDA is $16. B, it's asking to find the net amount. The net amount is the list price minus TDA. What is the list price here is 800 minus $16, so it's going to be $784. Okay, this is the net price. Now, once you understand all the rule, determine your discount period and your credit period, then it's going to be much easier. Let's say question 5. An invoice of 1,400 invoice dated on September 14. Our term it was 5% in 10 days and net in 30 days. EOM, okay, which is end of the month rule. The invoice paid on 14 October. Okay, so first we have to find the cash discount. Okay, let's say if the buyer deserves a discount or not. So the invoice, okay, on in September 14, which is before the 20, before the 20, before the 20 of 25 of month. Okay, so this is September, which is 14 here. So I'm gonna start from the following month of September, which is October. I'm gonna start from the 1st of October, okay, and then my my discount period will be end after 10 days, which is October 10, and the credit period will be end in October 30. Now here discount, here no discount. So let's say the invoice was paid on 14 of October. 14, it's here, which is after the discount period. So is the buyer did receive any discount period? So no, any discount, any cash discount. Sorry. So no cash discount because it's paid after the discount period. So the net amount should the buyer pay is the whole amount, which is 1,400. Okay, so this is the end of chapter 7. I tried to went through like a lot of exercise. For this, it's all answers in your slide. What I recommend to you, try to do it by yourself before looking to the slide to just examine yourself, and hopefully it's all clear. And I hope you will have a wonderful quiz. Thank you all, and this is the end of chapter 7.
Hello everyone. Today we're going to talk about chapter 8. Chapter 8 is about markups and markdowns, variables and break-even analysis. We're going to talk about this objective. We're going to talk about markups based on cost or markups based on selling price. We're going to talk a little bit about markdowns and variables. Also, we're going to talk about break-even analysis.
So let's start. Before we start off, I wanna talk about some important terms. The first one, we're gonna talk about selling price, okay, which is the price retailers charge customer. The total selling price of all goods sold by a retailer represented the retailer's total sales. Okay, so it's the price that retailers charge consumers. Okay, cost, which is the price retailers pay to the manufacturer or supplier to bring the goods into store. Okay, so it's the price retailer pay to the manufacturer or supplier to bring the goods into the store. Markup, margin, or gross profit. This term refers to the difference between the cost of bringing the goods into the store and selling price of the good. So markup is the difference between the selling price and the cost. Operating expenses or overhead, which is the regular expenses of doing business, such as wages, rent, utilities, insurance, and advertising. So net profit or net income, which is the profit remaining after subtracting the cost of bringing the goods into the store and the operating expenses from the sale of goods. Okay, this is all should be including any return or adjustment. So from this definition, we can conclude that markup represented the amount that retailers must add it to the cost uh, of the goods to cover their operating expenses and make a profit. So markup is the amount that retailer added to the cost, okay, or the cost of the good that the retailer bring to the store to cover their operating expenses and make a profit. Okay, so the reason for that, for this value that they added to the cost, because they want to cover their operating expenses and make a profit. Okay, so we have a basic selling price formula. So the selling price formula is equal to the cost plus makeup or profit. So it was selling price is equal to the cost plus markup or profit. So selling price equal to the cost plus markup. Okay, let's see this example. Assume Gap plans to sell hooded fleeces jackets for $23 that cost them $18. Okay, so the selling price from the question is 23, the cost, which is 18, and the markup is 5. Okay, so the retailer here, which is Gap, they added $5 to each jacket, okay, to each jacket, and then sold each jacket for 23. Okay, so what is Gap dollar markup is 23 minus 18 equal to 5. So always if you the question ask about dollar markup, so it's equal to selling price minus cost. Okay, so this is the formula for the markup. Markup equal to selling price minus the cost. Okay, so in Gap example, the markup is a dollar amount, okay, or a dollar markup. Markup is also expressed in percent. So you could express your markup in terms of dollar markup or in percent. Okay, so if you expressing markup in percent, retailer can choose a percent based in cost or percent based in selling a price. So you have two scenarios here. If you wanted to expressing markup in percent, you have two scenarios. The first one, you can choose a percent based in cost or percent based in selling price. Let's see, this is in the formulas. So the original formula, which is selling price equal to the cost plus markup. Okay, this is the markup in terms of dollar markup. Okay, now if I ask you to express this in terms of percent, so if the question said percent based in the cost, you have to multiply the markup by the cost. Okay, so you will multiply m here by the cost to find the percent. Okay, so to find the percent markup in cost, selling price equal to the cost plus m, which is the percent here, multiplying by the cost. Okay, this is in terms of cost. So back to our gap example. Let's say the selling price is 23, the cost 18, the markup, the percent markup is missing, which is m here, the cost, which is 18. Then you're gonna solve your formula. It's gonna be as an equation. So after you solve it, you're gonna find out m is equal to 5 divided by 80 multiplying by 100 to find as a percent. Okay, so it's going to be 27.78%. Okay, so this is originally, it's m equal to 5 divided by 18, which is equal to 0.2778. Okay, this is in decimal form. The question asks in percent, you can multiplying by 100, so you will multiply by 100, so it's going to be 27.78%. Okay, or you can multiply the fraction by 100 to find the percent directly. Now, if the question asks you to find the percent markup in selling price, okay, you will apply the same formula. Instead of multiplying m here by the cost in the first scenario, you have to multiply by selling price, because the question asks to find the percent markup in selling price. Okay, so it's gonna be SB selling price equal to the cost plus m multiplying by the selling price. So SB is 23 equal to the cost, which is 18, plus m multiplying by 23. Okay, and then solve your equation here. M, it's going to be 5 divided by 23, so it's going to be 0.2174. The question asks to find the percent, then you have to multiply by 100, so it's going to be 21.74%. Okay, so it's important to calculate markup to the cost or to the selling price if the question asks you to find the percent markup. Okay, how you can determine it is usually come from the question. Now let's talk about markup based in cost. Okay, so if markups based in cost, so then your cost is going to be 100%. Okay, so if you think as a term of the portion formula, so the portion equal to the cost, the portion equal to the base multiplying by the rate. Okay, so now the portion here, it's gonna be your markup, and the base is gonna be the cost, and the rate is gonna be the selling price. So if you think as a portion formula, it's gonna be like this. Okay, but right now let's focus on our original formula. So to calculate the percent markup in cost, we will use let's say we'll use the hoodie jackets sold by Gap, and being with the basic selling price formula given in the chapter introduction, which is SB equal to the cost plus markup. Okay, so we can use portion formula to find the percent markup in cost as I stated before. So now let's say if the cost is 100% and we added the portion, which is the markups, then it's going to be the selling price here. Okay, the rate is going to be the selling price. So this is the basic idea to apply portion formula. So let's say the scenarios that we have here to calculate the dollar markup. So see how we can calculate dollar markup and percent markup in cost. Okay, so the question asks, calculate dollar markup first and percent markup in cost. Okay, so let's see the example. Gap buy fleece jacket for $18. They plan to sell them for 23. So we have the cost, which is 18, and the selling price, which is 23. From this information, can we find gap markup? Yes, which is the dollar markup. So markup is equal to the selling price minus the cost. Okay, so it's going to be 23 minus 18, so it's going to be 5. Okay, so now what is percent markup in cost? Percent markup in cost, so I'm going to apply the formula, which is selling price equal to the cost plus m multiplying by the cost, because it said markup in cost. Okay, calculate the percent markup in cost. We have a selling price, which is 23. We have a cost, which is 18, plus m, which is missing, cost, which is 18. Okay, now I'm gonna solve it as an equation. So 23 minus 18 equal to the m multiplying by 18. Okay, so now it's gonna be 5 equal to the m multiplying by 18. Now I'm gonna solve it for m. So m is gonna be 5 divided by 18. So it's gonna be 0.2778. Since the question said find the percent, so I'm gonna multiply them by 100. So it's gonna be 27.78%. Okay, so now this is how we can calculate the percent on markup. To check our work, if we're doing great, we have we can use here either the portion formula to check, or we can check by the original formula, which is the selling price equal to the cost plus m, the selling price that we have, which is 23. The cost here is multiplying by the cost because it's markup in cost. So the cost that we have here is, which is 80 plus 0.778 multiplying by the cost, which is 18. Then we can make a sum of this calculation. So it's going to be 80 plus $5. It's going to be 23. So now I got the same numbers. So now my work is correct. Okay, now down from this question, we calculate the dollar markup and percent markup in cost. Okay, now another scenario, the question might ask you calculating selling price when you know cost and percent markup. So the question will give you the cost and they will give you the percent markup and ask you to find the selling price. So Mills Furniture bought a lamp for 100. To make Mills desired profit, he needs a 65% markup in cost. Okay, he needs 65% markup in cost. Now, the question said, what is Mills' dollar markup and what is his selling price? Okay, so to calculate first the dollar markup, we should apply the formula. Since the markup is depending on the cost, so I'm gonna set SB equal to the cost plus M multiplying by the cost because it's marked up in cost. So I have the cost, which is 100, plus M here, which is 65%. I have to convert it to decimal, so it's going to be 0.65 multiplying by the cost, which is 100. Okay, now I'm going to say 100 plus 0.65 times 100. It's going to be $65. And then my selling price is going to be 165. Okay, now I found my selling price. Now for dollar markup, I can directly from the here, I will say this is my dollar markup. Okay, which is true from the formula. This is my dollar markup because here it's selling price is equal to the cost plus M, which is M is $65. Or I can from here set selling price, sorry, the dollar markup, which is M, equal to the selling price minus cost. The selling price we found from here, which is 165 minus 100, so it's going to be 65. So the dollar markup here is $65. Okay, now how I check my work? I can check my work with portion formula. Okay, so you are solving for portion, the selling price uh, and the rate represent the 100% cost plus 65 markup in cost. Okay, now you can check your work by comparing to the portion formula. So let's say selling price equal to the cost multiplying by 1 plus percent markup in cost. Okay, now selling price here is represent the portion, sorry, the portion, yes, and the cost here is representing the base, and here is representing the rate. Now, selling price, sorry, the cost is 100 from the question, multiplying by 1 plus the percent, which is 0.65. Okay, so it's going to be 100 times 1.65. It's going to be 165. Okay, this is the selling price. So you have a choice to check your work by using this formula, or you can use original formula. Okay, now we're done from the second scenario. That's how we can calculate selling price when we know the cost and percent markup in cost. Now, can we calculate the cost when we know the selling price and the percent markup in cost? Yes, we can, and we will follow the same procedure. We'll use the same original formula. So let's say this example. Jill Sport, which is owner of sports, sells tennis racket for $50. To make her desired profit, Jill needs a 40% markup in cost. So Jill needs a 40% markup in Jill. So the question said, what do tennis racket cost Jill? So the question asked first in cost, and then what is the dollar markup. Now how we can calculate the cost from the original formula. It's going to be SB equal to the cost plus M multiplying by the cost, because the percent here is depending on the the markup here is on cost. Okay, the percent markup is in the cost. So the selling price from the question, it's $50. Okay, the cost which is missing plus M, which is 0.4 multiplying by C. So now I'm gonna solve the equation. $50 equal, now they are alike and knowing, so I'm gonna solve my equation. so it's going to be 1.4C. Okay, now the cost is going to be $50 divided by 1.4, so it's going to be 35.71. Okay, so the cost is 35.71. Now I find the cost. Can I find the dollar markup? Yes, which is equal to the selling price minus the cost. So the selling price from the question, which is $50 minus the cost, which is we found 35.71. So it's going to be 14.29. Okay, now we're done from that. Hopefully it's clear. How to check your work? You can check your work from the portion formula as we did in the previous example. Okay, now let's switch how we can calculate markup based on selling price. Okay, now my selling price is considered as the base, which is 100%. Okay, so business that mark up their goods in selling price recognize that selling price is 100%. So we begin this by assuming Gap decided to use percent markup in selling price. Okay, now, so selling price formula expressed in dollar, which is the original one. Now, we know also marked up expressed in dollar. We use this formula, which is SP equal to the cost plus M. Now, if the markup, if the question asks about the percent markup in selling price, so it's going to be selling price equal to the cost plus M multiplying by selling price. Okay, this is if it said the markup, the percent expressed markup in selling price. So we use this formula. Okay, now if you wanted to compare it with the portion formula, the cost now it's become as a rate. Okay, markup it's become as a portion, and the selling price is the base. Okay, now if we want to compare it to the portion formula, so it's gonna be markup, okay, equal to the cost multiplying by selling price. Okay, this is if you want to compare it to the portion formula. Portion formula is equal to the rate times the base. Okay, hopefully it's clear. Now let's say the scenarios here. If the question asks you to calculate the dollar markup and percent markup in selling price, let's say the cost to the Gap for hoodies versus jacket is $18. The store then plan to sell them for $23. Now, what is Gap dollar markup? Okay, and what is percent markup in selling price? So the question first asks about the dollar markup. So the dollar markup is M equal to the selling price minus the cost. So it's going to be 23 minus 18 equal to 5. So the dollar markup, which is 5. Okay, now how we can calculate the percent markup in selling price? Okay, so percent markup, it's gonna original formula first, cost plus multiplying by the selling price. Why? Because the percent markup is depending on the selling price. Okay, now selling price here from the question is 23 equal to the cost, which is 18, plus M, which is missing, multiplying by 23. Okay, now I'm gonna solve my equation. 23 minus 18 equal to the M multiplying by 23. Okay, now is 5 equal to the M. Okay, now my M here is going to be $5 divided by 23, so it's going to be 0.2174. Okay, then since the question said it's percent, then you have to multiply it by 100, so it's going to be 21.74. Okay, so the percent markup in selling price is going to be 21.74%. Okay, hopefully it's clear. To check your work, you can check your work by the original formula or use the portion formula. Now, other scenario, how to calculate selling price when you know the cost and you know the percent markup in selling price. Okay, so our example is Mills furniture bought a lamp for 100. To make Mills desired profit, he needs 65% markup in selling price. Markup on selling price. What are Mills selling price and dollar markup? Okay, so the question I ask first about the selling price. So we're gonna apply our general formula, which is SB equal to the cost plus M multiplying by the selling price, because it said it's the percent markup is in selling price. Okay, so selling price from the question is missing, the cost, which is 100, plus M here, I'm gonna convert it to decimal and multiplying by the SB. Okay, now I'm gonna solve my equation. So SB minus 0.65 SB equal 200. Okay, 1 minus 0.65, it's gonna be 0.35 equal to the 100. So now my selling price is gonna be 100 divided by 0.35, it's gonna be 200 285.71. Okay, so now this is my selling price. So now, since I have the selling price and I have the cost, can I find the dollar markup? Yes, dollar markup is selling price minus the cost. Okay, it's gonna be the selling price, which is 285.71 minus 100. So it's gonna be 185.71. Okay, so this is the dollar markup. Okay, hopefully it's clear. You can check your work also by using portion formula to make sure you answer it correctly, which is selling price equal, here is selling price equal to the cost divided by 1 minus percent on markup and selling price. Okay, so the cost, which is 100 divided by 1 minus 0.65, it's gonna be 100 divided by 0.35, so it's gonna be 285.71. Okay, hopefully it's clear. The other scenario of the question asks you to calculate the cost when you know the selling price and the percent markup in selling price. Okay, so let's see. Jill Sport, owner of Sports, sells tennis racket for $50. To make her desired profit, Jill need a 40% markup in selling price. The question said, what is the dollar markup and what do the tennis racket cost Jill? Okay, so first the dollar markup, we cannot find it because we don't have the cost. So we're gonna solve for the cost, applying the original formula. So SB equal to the cost plus M multiplying by SB. because it's depending on the selling price. So the selling price from the question is 50. The cost which is missing, and here the which is 40, multiplying by the selling price which is 50. Okay, so it's going to be $50 equal to the cost plus 20. Now the 20 here is going to be my dollar markup. Okay, now I'm going to find the cost. So the cost is going to be $50 minus $20. So the cost is going to be $30. Okay, so this is my cost, which is 30. I can now, since I have the cost, I can solve for the markup. This is another way to find the dollar markup. Is going to be selling price minus the cost, which is 50 minus $30 is going to be $20. This is another way to find that the dollar markup, but you can find it from here automatically. Okay, hopefully it's clear. So this is another for the formulas that for converting percent markup in cost to the percent markup in selling price. So if you know, or if you have the percent markup in cost and the question asks you to find the percent markup in selling price, you have the formula to convert that, which is percent markup in cost divided by 1 plus percent markup in cost. Okay, another way, if the question asks you to convert the percent markup in selling price to the percent markup in cost, you will apply this formula, which is percent markup in selling price divided by 1 minus percent markup in selling price. Okay, now done with markups, we're going to talk a little bit about markdown. Okay, what is markdown? Which is a reduction from the original selling price caused by seasonal change, special promotions, style change. Okay, so we have a formula for calculating the markdown percent, how we can make our discount on our items. We have a markdown percent formula, which is dollar markdown divided by the selling price, which is the original selling price. Okay, we have another formula for dollar markdown, which is original selling price minus the new selling price. This is the formula for the dollar markdown. Let's say sales markdown 18, tool set to $10.80. What are the dollar markdown first and the markdown percent? Okay, so the dollar markdown, we have a formula. Dollar markdown, which is this formula, equal to the original selling price, which is 18, minus the new selling price, which is 10.80. So it's going to be $7.20. $7.20. Okay, now I'm done with that. The other requirement is markdown percent. Okay, markdown percent. We have this formula is the dollar markdown, which is 7.20 to calculate from the previous step, and the selling price, which is the original price, and from the question it was 18. Okay, after we do the division, it's going to be 0.4. Okay, since the question said it's a percent, so I have to multiplying by 100, so it's going to be 40% markdown. Okay, so it's going to be 40% markdown. Okay, now another topic is called pricing perishable items. Okay, so the following formula can be used to determine the price of goods that have a short shelf life. Okay, it's only for items or the goods that have short shelf life, such as fruit, flour, and pastry. Okay, now we call this as a perishable items. To calculate the selling price of perishable item, we have many steps to follow. First, we have to calculate the selling price based in the cost or based in selling price. So first, calculate the selling price. Now, to divide the total dollar sale by the number of units available for sale after accounting of spoilage. Okay, so spoilage, which is the item that we have to throw it. We cannot sell them because they are spoiled, and we have to subtract their value from our original value. So by using this formula, so the selling price for vegetables is equal to the total dollar sale divided by the number of units produced minus spoilage. Okay, so let's see this an example, which step we have to follow. Okay, Alfred vegetable stand grow 300 pounds of tomatoes. Okay, he expects 5% of the tomato to become spoiled and not sellable. Okay, so he has to throw them away. Now the tomatoes cost Alfred 14 cents per pound, and he wants a 60% markup in cost. So the question is specified, which is 60% markup in cost. Now the question said, what price per pound should Alfred charge for the tomato? Okay, so since we have this formula, which is the selling price for vegetable, so we have to apply it. But first we have to do 4 steps before we reach the formula. So I'm gonna start by the first step, which is we have to calculate the total. Okay, calculate the total sale. Okay, or the total the total cost. Okay, now the total cost is total pound times price per pound. Okay, so it's going to be 300 times 14 cents. Okay, so it's going to be 42. Okay, so the cost is 42. Second step, we have to calculate the total selling price. Okay, from the formula, selling price equal to the cost plus markup in cost, since the question said it's markup in cost. So the selling price, we don't have it, we have the cost, which is 42, plus the markup from the question is 60%. Then you have to convert it to decimal, multiplying by the cost, which is 42. Okay, so it's going to be 42 plus 0.6 times 42 is going to be 25.20. Okay, then you have to make a sum, so it's going to be 67.20. So the selling price here is 67.20, and the markup and the dollar markup is 25.20. Okay, this is the dollar markup. Okay, now third step is to calculate the spoilage. Okay, calculate the spoilage. Okay, how we can calculate the spoilage? You have to apply the total bound times the percent of spoiled. Okay, total bound, which is say 300 times the percent the question said, which is 0.05, so it's going to be 15 pounds. Okay, so the number of pounds that we have to throw it away, which is 15. Now, lastly, we're gonna apply our formula. We're gonna count the selling price per pound. Okay, now we have to count the selling price per pound for visual item by applying the formula. Here we count the total selling price from the original formula, so they are different. Okay, now how we can count that? We can apply the formula, which is total selling price. Okay, divided by number of unit minus spoilage. So it's going to be 67.20 divided by 300 minus 15. So it's going to be 0.20 divided by 285. So it's going to be 0.24 cents per pound. So each pound, it should be 24 cents. Okay, so this is the step that you have to follow. First, to calculate the total cost, okay, and then calculate the total selling price, then calculate for the spoilage, and lastly apply the formula. Okay, each time you have to follow the same procedure to find the price per pound or per unit. It depends on the question. Okay, now let's talk about important term before we continue. So to understand how owner of manufacturer or suppliers that produce goods per unit operate their business, we must understand fixed cost, variable cost, contribution margin, and break even. Okay, so let's take this definition about on each item. So the fixed cost, which is the cost that do not change with increase or decrease in sales. Because we have some cost, it will be changeable with increase or decrease in sales. But here, the fixed cost is not, the fixed costs are not changed with the increase or decrease in sales. They include payments for insurance, a business license, rent, utilities, labor, and so on. Now, variable cost, which is the cost that do not change in response to change in the volume of sales. They include payments for material, some labor, and so on. So the variable cost are the costs that change in response in change in the volume of sales. Okay. Now, some example of that. Let's say, so the fixed cost, like rent, you should pay your rent each month. Okay, it's not related to the sales. Weekly payroll, you have to pay your employees, and it's not related to the sale. Now, for variable cost, delivery or shipping charge is depending on the sale. Sales commissions is also dependent on the sale. Marketing also depending on the sale. So if your sales going well, you will increase your budget for marketing and so on. Now, contribution margin, which is the differences between the selling price and the variable cost. Okay, now this is differences goes to pay off total fixed costs. When they are covered, profits start to accumulate. So first, in contribution margin, you will take the differences between the selling price and the variable cost, and then this difference you will pay first all your fixed cost. Okay, and then the amount that are remaining is considering as a profit. Break-even point, which is the point at which the seller has covered all expenses, okay, and cost of units and has not made any profit or suffered any loss. It's the point when the seller has covered all expenses. Okay, let's see how we can calculate the contribution margin. We have a formula. Contribution margin is equal to the selling price minus the variable cost. Okay, always is the differences between the selling price and the variable cost. Let's see this example. Assume John's company produce pens that have a selling price of $2 and a variable cost of 80 cents. Calculate the contribution margin. Okay, so the contribution margin from the formula, which is contribution margin equal to the selling minus the variable cost. So the selling price here, which is $2 minus the variable cost, which is 80 cents. So it's going to be $1.20. Okay, so the contribution margin is $1.20. Okay, it's straightforward question. Choose this formula. Now, how we can calculate the break-even point? So the break-even point, we have a formula. It's the fixed cost divided by the contribution margin. Okay, we have a formula for contribution margin is selling price minus the variable cost. Now, sometimes the question will give you the fixed cost and the selling price and the variable cost, and ask you to find the break-even point. So you have first to calculate your contribution margin and apply the break-even point. Okay, let's see this example. John's company produces pens. The company has a fixed cost of 60,000. Each pen sell for $2 with a variable cost of 80 cents per pen. Okay, so let's first apply the formula, which is break-even point equal to the fixed cost divided by the selling price minus the variable cost, or let's say it's divided by the contribution margin, which is CM. I have a formula for contribution margin, which is selling price minus the variable cost. Okay, they are the same, but because we are not giving from the question the contribution margin, then I have to calculate for it. Okay, so let's start. The variable, sorry, the fixed cost from the question is $60,000 divided by the contribution margin, which is $2 minus 80 cents. So it's going to be 60,000 divided by 1.2. So it's going to be 50,000. It's going to be, sorry, 50,000 units. Okay, so it's going to be 50,000 units. So this is how you calculate the break-even point. Okay, now we're done from chapter 8. I'm gonna just give you some problems to practice what we have learned. Hopefully it's clear. So this in this question, which is problem 8.1, find the dollar markup and selling price from the following problem and round your answer to the nearest cent. Okay, the item is BlackBerry iPad. Its cost is 500 and markup percent 20%. Calculate the dollar markup and the selling price. Okay, so first we're gonna start by calculating the selling price. Selling price is equal to the cost plus divided multiplying by the cost, because it said markup percent, which is depending on the cost. So it's going to be the cost, which is 500 plus 0.2, which is converted the percent to the decimal, multiplying by the cost, which is 500. So and then solve your equation. So it's going to be plus 100 and it's going to be 600. So the selling price is 600. You can find the dollar markup directly from here, which is 100 here. Okay, or you can calculate it from its formula. So the dollar markup is equal to the selling price minus the cost, which is the selling price here is 600 minus 500, so it's gonna be 100. Okay, so the markup is 100. So you can calculate it by this formula or find it directly from here. Okay, now the other problem is said solve for the cost. Okay, selling price of office furniture at Staples 6,000% markup in cost, 40%, which is the percent markup in cost. What is the actual cost? Okay, so I'm gonna start from the original formula. Is B is equal to the cost plus markup in cost, percent markup in cost. So the selling price from the question, which is 6,000, equal the cost is missing, plus the percent, which is 40, and the cost is missing. So 6,000 equal, now C here is like unknowing, so I'm gonna make a sum. It's gonna be 1.4 cost. Okay, now C is equal 6,000 divided by 1.4, so it's gonna be 4,385.71. Okay, so the cost here is 4,385. Now another question. An electric company assembles computer boards. Each board sells for $20.1 with a variable unit cost of 12.4 cent dollar. Assuming a fixed cost is 16,170, what is the company break-even point? Okay, so I'm gonna start by writing the formula. Break-even point is equal to the fixed cost divided by the selling price minus the variable cost, which is considered as a contribution margin. So the fixed cost from the question, which is 16,170 divided by the selling price, which is $20.1 minus the variable cost, which is 12.4. So after you're done with calculation, it's gonna be 2,100 boards. Okay. Now another question is the cost is $15.10. The selling price is $22. Find the dollar markup and the percent markup in cost. Okay, so to find the dollar markup, we're gonna just present it by M. Is selling price minus the cost, so it's gonna be $20 minus 50.1, so it's gonna be 6.9. Okay, this is my dollar markup. Now how we can find the percent of markup cost? I'm gonna apply the formula. Is B equal to the cost plus M multiplying by the cost, because the question said percent markup in cost. So the selling price, which is 22, equal to the cost, which is 15.10 plus markup, which is missing, and the cost, which is 15.10. Okay, now I'm gonna solve my equation. So it's gonna be 22 minus 15.10 equal to the M 15.10. Okay, so it's gonna be 6.9 equal to the M 15.10. So I'm gonna know M equal 6.9 divided by 15.10. So my the percent is gonna be 0.4567. Okay, or it's gonna be sorry, the question asks about percent, then you have to multiply by 100, so it's gonna be 45.70 after rounding. Okay, so it's going to be 45.70%. Okay, this is the dollar markup. So last question. Assume markup are based on selling price. Find the dollar markup and cost and round your answer to the nearest cent. My item is Sunni LCD TV. The selling price is 1000 and the markup percent 45%. Dollar markup is 450 and the cost is 550. Okay, so first I'm gonna calculate the cost from the original formula, which is SP equal to the cost plus M multiplying by the selling price, because the question said it's markup based on selling price. So the selling price is 1000 equal to the cost plus the percent, which is 0.45, multiplying by the selling price, which is 100. Okay, so it's going to be 100 equal to the cost plus 450. So the cost is going to be 100 minus 450. It's going to be 550. Okay, so this is my cost. Now, can I find the dollar markup from here? Yes, which is 450, which is my dollar markup. Or instead, I can apply original formula, which is dollar markup equal to the selling price minus the cost. It's going to be the selling price, which is 1000, minus the cost, which is $550. So it's going to be 450. This is the cost, the markup, sorry. The dollar markup is 450. Hopefully it's clear. If you have any questions, just reach me and ask. I assigned some questions as an end of chapter review. I answered all of them in the slide, but try to do it by yourself before answer them. So I'm gonna just go through one example of the breachable item, just to make it clear for you. I'm gonna do question 7. Okay, now question 7. First, we have to calculate cost, or the total cost. Okay, I'm gonna call it total cost. Okay, let's read the question first. Bill's big shop makes croissant that cost $1.75 each. Past experience shows that 10% of them will spoil and have to be discarded. Assuming Bill want a 45% markup based on cost and produce 300 croissants, how much each croissant should sell for? Okay, so now I have 10% as a perishable items and they have to be discarded. So let's say, starting from the first step, to calculate the total cost. Okay, so the total cost is the total croissant, which is 300. Okay, times the price, which is $1.75. So it's going to be 525. Okay, second step, find the total selling price. So I'm gonna apply the formula, selling price equal to the cost plus M multiplying. Now the question is said markup based in cost, so I'm gonna multiply by the cost. Okay, so the cost here 525 plus M, which is 0.45, multiplying by 525. So after I'm done with my calculation, my SP is going to be 761.25. Okay, now I'm done from the 2 step. Third step, calculate the spoilage. Okay, now, different from the question, the sponge is considered as a 10%. So I'm gonna take the total croissant and multiplying by the 10%. So 300 times 0.1. Okay, so it's gonna be 3 croissant. Okay, now fourth, I'm gonna apply the formula. The formula, which is selling price per pound. We wanted to calculate this. So it's gonna be equal to the total selling price divided by the number of units minus the spoilage. This is the formula for the perishable item. So it's going to be the total selling price, which is 761.25 divided by 300 minus 30, which is it's going to be 761.25 divided by 270. So it's going to be $2.82 per croissant. So this is the end of chapter 8. Hopefully it's clear. If you have any question, just let me know. Thank you.